I hear you, Bruce. You're there. And we're live.
Okay.
It's 6 p.m., Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you to the city clerk, and just want to start. And tonight's public meeting is being held to reconvene the November 2nd, 2020 meeting of council. The public meetings held on that night are now closed. No further delegations will be heard this evening. Tonight's meeting is for the purpose of considering the staff recommendations for the general agenda item 3.1, 268 Oakdale Avenue, item 3.2 CIP, item 3.3 winter storm event temporary on-street parking prohibition, and item 3.4 winter operations service level roads. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decisions should submit a written request to the office of the clerk. So just want to, before we head in, just a couple of community updates. So it's an abridged mayor's report, just to talk briefly about what we've seen in our community when it comes to COVID-19. We're seeing new daily increases across the region. And so that just means we got to be much more focused as communities in order to continue to push back at the community outbreak that we are seeing. The province has come out with its 5-stage stage program when it comes to COVID-19 in communities and how public health can move through it. We are in yellow. The best that you could be in is green. We are in yellow, which is protect, and that's as of Saturday. This level does not cause disruption, but if we get moved to a more restrictive stage, which is orange or red, that is something that we would all feel the impact when it comes to our businesses and our economy. And while it doesn't, the yellow doesn't order businesses closed, we want to get into a position where businesses are following, and they are in our community. What we've seen, and there are some bars that you're seeing out there opening up later at night. And what we've asked is public health to take a more aggressive position with Niagara Regional Police around those places where you're seeing some of the more community outbreaks that are taking place. In terms of what we're seeing moving forward, we do have long-term care facilities that are in outbreak. There's a number of them across the region. So our thoughts are with the staff that are working at those long-term care, with the residences of those long-term care, and with our healthcare professionals, as we are seeing an increase in hospitalization of COVID in our community, those who are working through COVID in our community. So we got to do more as a community. Keep focused, keep wearing your mask, washing your hands. It's really that physical distancing and keeping that really tight bubble. What we're hearing from Dr. Hergy at the region is that it's that younger cohort of groups. It's the 20 to 30 group, that 20 to 30 demographic that doesn't seem to be listening as much to what we're trying to do here in our community. So for the parents out there and the grandparents, remind the younger folks in our community that the transmission does accelerate if we continue to gather in larger groups. Now, Remembrance Day is November 11th, and we're here in the city of St. Catharines due to the restrictions. There is a very small event being organized by Branch 24 at the Cenotaph, downtown St. Catharines, and it is going to be broadcast live on 610 CKTB, and it'll also be broadcast live on Your TV Niagara, and the city of St. Catharines will be streaming it live on social media for residents to view. So I'm asking our residents to take part in Remembrance Day. Stop what you're doing at 10:30 in the morning, check out the different channels, and then watch the proceedings as a means to pay respect. And at 11 o'clock, we'll be doing the 2-minute of silence as well. Starting this week, we'd like to wish our Indian community a happy Diwali and a prosperous New Year. It starts on November 12th and it goes through to November 17th, November 14th being the biggest day of celebration. And it is always been a big celebration here in our community. And so again, they're going to be doing it in different ways. So hopefully we'll be able to celebrate Diwali in a virtual way. Just want to wish everyone a wonderful festive time. As well, I want to thank Rotary Club of St. Catharines for another investment in our community to keep our community safe. The Rotary Club of St. Catharines recently donated $84,000 to the Niagara Health Foundation for the purchase of a piece of technology that helps keep healthcare professionals safe. Clean Works sanitizing unit made right here in Niagara is being used to sanitize surgical masks and healthcare tools as our frontline staff work to fight the pandemic. And this is just another example of Rotary service above self in our community. And this is their 100th anniversary here in St. Catharines. And it's a great opportunity for them to be donating like there are in our city. And finally, it was 21 degrees out today, but winter at the market, it starts and it has already started and it runs Thursdays. And it's a farmer's market from 3 until 7 p.m. and it goes until December 17th, featuring local artisans and small businesses and a lot of local people doing amazing things. So if you get an opportunity, check out the market on Thursday for their winter craft event. And I'm sure winter is just around the corner. So with that, just going to ask again if there's any conflicts of interest on the items for tonight. If there are, please send it in to the clerk in writing, and we will now resolve into general committee. So our first discussion agenda is 3.1, Planning and Building Services, Planning Services Recommendation Report. And this is Oakdale Avenue, 268. What's going to happen now is that our Director of Planning Building Services will provide summary comments based on what was heard from the public last Monday. She'll provide summary comments, and then council will have a motion placed on the floor. Council will be able to ask questions of staff, and then we'll vote on the motion. So I'll start now with the Director of Building and Planning Services, Director Kitte.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to turn it over to Charlotte McEwen, the project planner on this file, to give an introductory statement.
Thank you. I'll ask Rebecca to put the conceptual site plan up on the screen for council's reference. Thank you. As a quick recap, the proposal is for 28 units with requested reductions in the required lot frontage, side yard setback along the north side of the building, a landscaped area, landscaped buffers along the parking area, and the provided parking. The developer has indicated that these units are intended to be affordable housing, and the property is an irregular lot as it's very narrow. And due to the size and configuration of this lot, there is no development that could be proposed that would entirely meet the current zoning provisions of the site. Concerns were raised last week with the proposed parking reduction since there are fewer parking spaces proposed than there are units. Given the size of the proposed dwelling units of only 27 to 33 square meters, it is anticipated that most will be single occupancy and that car ownership will be reduced. Last week, council also heard from Lori Beach, the executive director of Bethlehem House and Support Services, who indicated that only about 1/3 to 1/2 of their low-income tenants have a car. In this instance, there are alternatives available to car ownership as well. The bus route along Oakdale can transport residents to downtown or to the Penn Center in about 10 minutes. The development has substantial indoor bicycle parking provided, and there are delineated bicycle lanes on Oakdale Avenue, making cycling a more practical option as well. The small size of the units makes visitors to this building less likely, and there's also street parking available nearby, which accommodates temporary parking demand in the area. The function of the single lane driveway was also raised as a concern in the public meeting. You can see on the site plan that the design includes a lay-by at the front of the property, and there is a dedicated turnaround space at the rear to ensure that any visitors, deliveries, rideshare vehicles, etc., can enter and exit the site without conflict and without waiting on the street. This design is able to meet the building code requirements for fire route access for a building of this type. And the portion of the driveway that is single lane is not meant to be used for standing vehicles. There's room on either end for vehicles traveling in opposite directions to wait for that lane to be clear before they continue down it. If the zoning amendment is approved, the details of the site, including the driveway layout, planting, signage, grading and drainage, and architectural details will be finalized and registered on title through that approval process to ensure that the site functions as intended. Having heard the public input at last week's public meeting, staff continues to recommend approval of the zoning bylaw amendment application as outlined in the staff report. And I'm available to answer any questions of council along with the manager of planning and the director of planning and building services. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McMewen. We appreciate that. Okay, so if I can have the motion being brought on the floor, I'm going to say that because there are some iterative steps that the staff have as part of the motion. So want to get that on the floor for consideration. And you'll see that they're under site plan approval. There's steps that have to be walked through, if you will. And so I want to make that evident for the public as well. So I just need a motion to be placed on the floor. And Councillor Porter, seconded by Councillor Cisco. Okay, now I'm going to open it up for questions and comment, and use the raise hand button if you can for our team. And Councillor Garcia, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, reading that report, I just wanted to ask them to comment on the fact that they say here that in the summary that this proposal conforms to and does not conflict with the region of Niagara's official plan and the city of St. Catharines' official plan. My understanding is that the zoning bylaw is designed to implement the official plan. And according to the report, this proposal significantly contravenes many of the bylaws in the zoning bylaw, specifically in terms of width of the lot and setbacks and others. So I wanted to ask staff, why do they feel that that conforms to the official plan when it doesn't conform to the zoning?
Okay, I'll turn it over to Ms. McEwen. And Ms.
Through the mayor, Councillor Garcia, this is one instance, this particular property where the official plan actually designates it as high density, but the zoning bylaw has it at medium density. So they actually don't match up. The Garden City plan is a target, and in most cases they do match up. In this case, they do not. So it does allow for high density development in the official plan on this site. And as for all of the site specific zoning provisions, it doesn't actually get that detailed in the official plan. So this zoning amendment has been evaluated against the general policies in the official plan for development, for redevelopment. And that's all outlined in the report. But as far as conforming to the official plan, it is high density development, and in our opinion does conform to the policies for redevelopment. So it doesn't conflict with that because of the fact that they don't actually match on this property. There are a few like that in the city, but for the most part, you're correct that the zoning bylaw would implement exactly what the official plan has.
Thank you for that, Ms. McEwen, and through you, Mr. Mayor. But when they don't conform, the zoning bylaw is developed after the official plan to implement it, right? So it should be more up to date, am I correct?
It may be, and it's not really a case of it being up to date or not. The official plan is more of a target. And in this case, they didn't match. I wasn't part of writing the bylaw, and I may actually ask if the director would wish to speak to that. But it isn't that atypical that they can disagree. This one, in this case, the official plan just sort of paves the way for, through a zoning amendment, moving to that higher density.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I have to agree with a number of the speakers at the public meeting, the neighbors and others, I believe, who essentially said, this is a great project, but it belongs in a different location. I certainly laud the developer for the strategy that he has come up with to have some affordable housing, but I certainly cannot support a proposal to so drastically contravene the tenets of the zoning bylaw. So I will not be supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff.
when I'm reading through the report on page 16, actually, I have some questions about, firstly, how do we control whether or not these are low income properties? Do we have a mechanism for that?
Through the mayor to the ward councillor, no, the city does not have a mechanism in this instance to force long-term affordability. However, according to the developer's presentation from the previous meeting, the micro unit size in itself will keep the ceiling on the market price for these units lower than most. So it will be affordable on a long term by nature of its size and the lack of amenities on site.
Okay, so we have no way of controlling that. And on there, in the report, it also says, and I did meet with the developer and he showed us the unit, and he had specified that there would be 10 units for affordable housing. And in the report, it says that 10 units will come off of the list. So are the other 18 units going to be just at market value, or how will that work?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that question may have been better directed to the developer at the time on how the differences between those units, but our understanding is that 10 people will be taken off the Niagara region's housing list. The rest will be at the market rate, which is going to be affordable by CMHC guidelines due to the monthly income needed to support and carry the costs of the unit.
Okay, and also it says in the report that the actual cap for, or what they're specifying was $150,000 to $200,000. Is there any way you can tell me, for affordable housing, what would be the amount that would be considered an affordable housing home?
If I can contribute to that question, I think if you look, I think it's the last appendix of the report, the region has provided their identification of core housing need. And in that graphic, it identifies the various income brackets and how many households in the region fall within that income bracket. So in this particular case, at this particular price point, there are 1,400 and change households that would qualify in core housing need. And so by virtue of that price point, and that being, from what we understand from the developer, is the market value for those units. And because they are so small, and that's a point I really want council to consider with some weight, is these are not your standard apartment condominium units. They are very, very small, like between 27 and 33 square meters is basically a 15-foot by 20-foot space. It's very, very small. I don't believe we have any purpose-built units on the market in many, many years that I recall at all, that are that small. And I think that's the pivotal point here, is the units are very small, and by virtue of the units, the price is very low. And that there is a market for that type of unit within the low demographic, or the low income demographic. And that's outlined by Niagara Regional Housing, who probably knows more than most of us in terms of a good handle on low incomes and what people can afford for housing.
Okay, so we don't really know what the cap, or what it would be for affordable housing, and we have no way of guaranteeing that these units would go into be, other than the fact that of the size.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the last 2 pages of the staff report were provided by the developer. The second last indicates the household income levels in order to meet the CMHC guidelines of 30% of the total gross income bi-monthly. The last page of the report is what is the target market price for the unit for purchase, and then how the monthly breakdown works. And the applicant is targeting a monthly housing cost of $966, which includes the mortgage, insurance, hydro, property taxes, and condo fee. If we look to the second last page of the report, that is right in between the two middle brackets for housing affordability provided for the region. So while the purchase price and the monthly carrying costs at this time appear to meet the CMHC guidelines of affordability, there is no way that we can guarantee that it will be long-term. However, as the manager of planning pointed out, the size of this unit will cap the ceiling on a market price of these units going above, too far above an affordability factor. So in my opinion, it will be a long-term affordable purchase price for these size of units.
Okay, and then my last question, I asked this of the developer. With the garbage pickup, is it going to be curbside or is it going to be on the actual property?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that is not fully determined yet. The developer is aiming for curbside pickup, which would only be that would only happen if the developer is able to meet the regional requirements for curbside pickup, which may be possible. That's a site plan issue. Through that process, we would determine whether or not those could be met. They do have an indoor waste storage proposed, so they would manage how that garbage gets out in any case. If it ends up being private pickup, that would also be determined through site plan. The lay-by may have to be used for a private pickup of garbage, and then they would leave. So the options are both still there. At this stage, they haven't finalized it because they're still looking at getting their zoning.
Okay, so just for myself, so would it be safe to say that it could possibly be like 56 bags of garbage at the curbside waiting for pickup on their garbage day?
I don't believe that would be possible, no. Doesn't mean that the demand, I suppose, wouldn't be there, but really that wouldn't meet the region's requirements, and that's what we'd be looking at through the site plan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Littleton, and then Councillor Sorrento, and then Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to turn my heat off here. I have a question about site plan approval. I'm going to see if I can find it. It's on page. I'm trying to see if I can have the one. Okay, yeah, page 13. We say, quote, to mitigate the proximity of the buildings, their development is proposed to have minimal, if any, windows along the southerly facing wall. What does that mean?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the elevations of the building that we've seen so far have proposed basically all of the windows to be on the north side of the building for these units, because this building is a single unit deep. So their windows are on the north side with, I believe, just a small window that may be frosted at this time on the south side near the door. And so on the south side facing that condo, there would actually be no windows looking through into the building. That's how it's proposed now. It remains preliminary, but through the site plan, that would be something that we would look at and would finalize.
So a follow-up question to that then. So it's conceivable that we could have 3 stories of wall.
Through the mayor, it's not just wall, it is articulated there. There is an outdoor corridor and entrance to the units, and all the doors are along that side. So it's not something that's just a flat wall. And again, through the site plan process, we'd be looking at getting architectural detailing and visual interest on that side. The lack of windows is just to ensure privacy between the buildings.
Okay.
I might just add, Councillor Littleton, if you look under our staff recommendation under the site plan, that is something that we have specifically asked council to direct staff to address, is that south-facing facade, to make sure it's just not a blank wall and that it has some architectural interest and detailing, variation of colors and materials. All of those things are part of the design process that are often used to mitigate that precise outcome of wanting to avoid a blank wall.
Thank you. There was also a question last week that some of the residents or the neighbors were talking about trees. And I read in the staff report, I was trying to find the exact language so I could present it to you, but it's something about, it might be actually in the at the beginning Oh, I apologize. This is not working here. But it's about the trees. There needs to be an agreement about trees. What if there's no agreement? In my reading of it, and from what I heard last week, it seemed to be that the residents and the developer would have to come to some agreement about a tree. Am I correct on that assumption before I go forward with my other question?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, there are shared trees along the property line, which is why there would need to be agreement before they were removed.
What would happen if there's no agreement on the trees?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not entirely sure of the ramifications of that because it's in the realm of civil law, the dealing of shared trees. So it would be up to the developer to figure out what the other options are in that regard and to how the trees were dealt with. As far as the site plan, it might involve changes to the actual layout if there was ultimately no way those trees could come down.
So just a follow-up to that question, because we are being asked to approve this tonight. If we don't know what the ramifications of that could be, we don't have extra space here. So can someone give me just maybe a couple of other possibilities? I mean, we can't move the building. We can't elongate the building. So what could be done?
Perhaps I can answer that one, Councillor Littleton. There are, there's kind of three segments of trees. There are trees on the subject property. There are trees along the common lot line with the condo to the south. And then there are trees that are exclusively on the condo to the south, but it's questionable whether those trees would survive construction on this site. So as Charlotte has mentioned, I mean, the trees within the site, they're likely to come down and get replanted where space is available in accordance with an approved landscape plan that is part of the site plan approval process. So that part's taken care of. The common lot line trees is a civil matter between the two properties, and that's something that has to get sorted out between the two of them. We asked precisely the same question of the developer, and we were assured that that matter would be resolved between him and the condominium corporation. The third point is the trees that are exclusively on the condo property to the south that may be compromised, likely will be compromised because of the construction on the property. And the root system of those trees will be cut off and their longevity is going to be not very long. In that case, there is an option that is strictly outside of the site plan agreement, and it's outlined under the site plan category of the staff recommendation that suggests that should this be approved by council, that the developer continue discussions with the condo that he has already initiated that would result in a situation where the developer plants additional trees on the property to the south to compensate for the trees that are either lost along the common lot line or are lost because of the impact of construction. So that, you know, in a perfect world, and I have to emphasize this part, this is subject to the willingness of the condominium corporation to the south. They have to be in agreement at this. It's not something that the city can impose, but it's certainly, if they are willing, and should this get approved tonight, that would be an option to improve the landscaping for both the proposed condominium and the existing condominium. But again, you have to have a willing party in order for that to happen.
Right. Okay. So that's a difficult one because the residents are not in favor of the development on either side. I had previously been told that you know, the residents had been in favor by the developer, and I questioned that, and so I'm a little nervous when I hear, well, we're going to have to leave it up to the developer and the residents to figure this out, and then it's a civil matter anyway, so it's headed to court. is the end game there, is what I'm thinking. So I just want to look here. I have some comments that I'm going to make. I just want to make sure I don't have any other questions. Oh, another one. Do we have any other builds? I think someone might have mentioned this, and you'll have to forgive me because we did have a long meeting last week and we weren't able to ask these follow-up questions. So just please forgive if I'm re-asking. What other buildings do we have in the city where there's that one lane in and out? Someone give me an example of it.
You know, I had one in mind and I'm just drawing a blank now. Just give me a minute to see if I can think of it.
So there's one over, I believe I could be wrong, but it's over off of Van Sickle. It's Van Sickle and Reichert. And it's
on Louth Street, that new condo that's being built on Louth.
Yes.
Would be one lane coming in. Glenridge School, I believe, would be one lane, how they're renovating and making the school into condos.
Okay, thank you. I just,
to be quite honest, I mean, it's certainly acceptable. Our traffic department has looked at it. They're satisfied with it. I want to just point out that that single lane is only in front of the building. Once you get to the rear of the building, that single lane expands to a double lane with a minimum of 6 meters of a traffic aisle. And similarly, in front of the building, that traffic aisle expands to basically a double width to allow for entry into and off of Oakdale Avenue with 2 lanes there. It's not unusual.
Okay. Yeah, we'd have to be more space at the back or you wouldn't be able to move the cars. You can park. You can get it out again. Okay. And I wanted to ask also about the snow removal. So this is something that the city could not do anything about. Am I correct? We would not have any jurisdiction over whether the snow actually gets removed. This would be the condo board.
That's correct. It would be the condo board. And they're quite aware of the fact that there is no snow storage room on this site. So they are prepared to have it privately contracted and removed from the site. And that would be up to the condominium.
Okay. And I also wanted to ask about if this moves forward in the construction. How is this going to happen? How are we going to get dump trucks in there? I'm not good at construction, but I'm assuming there needs to be excavators doing these things like this. How is it all going to get in there?
My best suggestion is to think of, and this is not downtown Toronto, but construction happens on tight sites all of the time where they have to have special construction techniques. Trust me, if this was not doable from a construction perspective, we wouldn't be having the discussion on the zoning at all. Like it is doable.
Yeah, my question though on doable, doable versus practical, because I hear you. Like in Toronto, Ottawa, I'm very familiar with seeing things that go in. Really, it's unbelievable how you get something in this little space. But these areas, you can shut roads, you can close off space. You can't shut Oakdale. I've been given pictures from the residents of when that trailer was on the front yard, and every day there were trucks blocking the sidewalk every day, not once in a while, every day. So I'm concerned that this is going to be stuff all over the place, complete nightmare for the residents during the construction, just a complete nightmare, because we aren't Toronto. We aren't used to these tiny development. I mean, really, name me one in the entire Niagara region that's like this. We haven't done it. So I'm not saying that's not doable. I'm just, what is there to protect the neighbors or to protect the area if we're in that situation where there's trucks all over the place and these things?
So through the mayor to the councillor, at the time of site plan evaluation, we can actually work on what's called a construction management plan with the applicants and their contractors that will set out where the staging areas are, if and when the sidewalks are going to be closed, if and when there's going to be a temporary road closure, say just for the connection of services or for the removal of excavation. So we can work on that at the time of site plan. It's called a construction phasing plan.
Okay, thank you. So this one, I'm going to provide my comments. Mr. Mayor, is it appropriate now?
Yes.
Okay, so I can see you. So I think this one is interesting. It's definitely, that price point is something that we need. I think the only reason we're as far as we are is because we're talking about affordable housing. If these condos were going to go 300,000, I'm not sure that there would be so much will to approve it. And I'm just speaking of my own thoughts in this. I think that a 13 meter by 140 meter lot, look, I'm just going to read some comments from the staff report. You know, on page 10, we said staff met with the developer, and kudos to staff, because I know this is a lot of work, and I know you've really tried to work with. I know sometimes the general public says, well, why would they look at things? Because that's the staff's department. That's your job, is to try and find a way, because we do need housing. We do need different price point housing. Absolutely. But this is a quote best outcome scenario given the limited options this site offers. When I look at the chart on page 11, you know, for an R3 current or R4 zoning, the minimum lot frontage, it doesn't meet that. The minimum setbacks, it's 3 meters, and this is 1.2 on the north side, 3 on the south. So it meets half of that. The landscaped open space, which I know that there was talk about, which we are going to talk about later, the entire park system that is across the street. I understand that, but it's 19%. The parking 1.25, we're at 0.6. And I understand and I hear that it may not be as important because folks will use bicycles, but that doesn't negate the possibility that there will be cars. We are seeing all the time new builds that are getting shoehorned into places in the area. Merritt is a great example. I could take you on a tour where, you know, there's these duplexes and there's 12 cars on the duplex. They shouldn't have that many vehicles. It doesn't make sense, but they're there. So it creates a big problem for everybody around there. And I'm going to assume that their parking will become a problem here as well. And I understand all of the things around it, but this is my ward. These are my residents who I'm here to represent. And these are the concerns that they've brought forward. And I think they're valid. I think when we talk about the windows, okay, that, and I appreciate that Ms. Pihak's comments about that, because that is a huge concern to think of a 3-story wall of brick. So I appreciate that that is going to be looked at, but there's not a lot of options here. On page 14, you know, the quote, there is no functional way to provide sufficient parking on site with a full landscape buffer requirement. There's no functional way. This is a very small space. The other thing I want to say is that on page 17, if I can just really quickly go to it, we're talking about the affordable housing. And absolutely, this is not a development. Like a couple weeks ago, we were discussing a development down the street on Oakdale. There's a lot of development on Oakdale, so I forgive everybody if you can't keep them straight. Where we had a development we were talking about, it's a 99 unit, and 30 of those spaces are affordable housing. And we talked about that, and we talked about increasing some CIP money. I don't want to open everything up, just giving some background. Those are 30 units, 30 guaranteed units for 10 years. We are looking at a land needs assessment right now, which I'm very excited about, because I truly believe there is a lot of space still in our city that we could get creative about. I don't think that getting creative between a tiny swath of land between 2 established condo buildings is where we need to go. If you want to put this development on Hartsel Road, Lake Street, Ontario, where there are walkable amenities, there's stores, there's the bus, again, I know it goes on Oakdale, but major streets, that's perfect. All day long, that's where that needs to go. This is shoehorning into an area where it's not walkable. The closest grocery store is over it's over a kilometer away. There's no variety. There's a variety store a little bit down the street, but there's really not a lot around there. We are shoehorning it in. So I apologize, because it is an area where we talk a lot about affordable housing. Obviously 150 to 200, you can't buy anything in St. Catharines, so 150 to 200, that's 100% a fact. But I don't think that this development fits on this tiny parcel of land. And for that reason, I'm going to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. I'm going to go to Councillor Miller as the next ward councillor there. So we'll make sure we get those comments in, and then we'll got a couple more counselors.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions to staff, if they know or could approximate. This lot is obviously fairly unique. It's an orphaned lot between the larger sites. Has it always been vacant? Has anything ever, a built structure ever occupied this land?
Through the mayor to the councillor, as far as I'm aware, it has always been vacant. Yes, and I believe that's what the developer has said as well. They know a little more about the history, and it has been vacant.
Okay, thank you for that. I know Councillor Wilton touched on this a little bit, but in terms of the site plan approval, because I'm very interested in those four considerations that are on the first page of the report before us. What happens if those considerations aren't considered, or those sort of tweaks aren't made? Could maybe, for our benefit, for public's benefit, what would happen in the site plan approval process?
If I can address that, Councillor Miller, the reason we've put it in here is though it's a very specific direction of council. And by doing so, I mean, staff would look at these things anyway, but because the design of this building is such a critical element in the development of site, because the lot is so narrow, is that we have to insist that these elements be complied with. We have to make every effort to make sure the building fits as well as it can, given the site limitations. So if at a staff level, we don't feel that there's been sufficient effort given to, you know, the fencing treatment, the facades facing both the north and south side, we won't be in a position to recommend site plan approval. And we've had these discussions with the developer, and he fully knows what the implications are. You know, so I don't think it's a situation where he's going away and get his approval now and then forget about these site plan things later. That's one of the reasons why we want it on the record in the report.
Okay, thank you for that. Just, we heard last week from the public, you know, a lot of people said, you know, we're not opposed to something happening here. We don't necessarily want to see this stay vacant forever, but maybe something like a fourplex or a townhouse, just specific to that hypothetical. The lot is so narrow that even with, let's imagine a fourplex of townhouses, the one way in, one way out, which seems to be causing a lot of consternation, would that be necessary anyway? Or is there, I mean, is it even conceivable to have something on this lot that has a bigger driveway?
Well, let me explain it to you this way. A traffic aisle, regardless of whether it services 2 or 3 parking spots or 20 parking spots or 30 parking spots, you need 6 meters width to allow maneuvering in and out of parking spots. So it doesn't really matter whether it's this apartment building or a townhouse development or something else. This particular lot configuration only gets one access off of Oakdale Avenue. If you have to provide multiple parking spots, whether it's 4 parking spots or 5 parking spots for a fourplex, or, you know, something more than that, you still have to provide a legitimate parking space, which is 5.2 meters in depth. So if you add your traffic aisle at 6 meters and your parking space length at 5.2 meters, you're already at 11 something meters, and you only have a site width of 13 meters. So your building footprint may change, but your access in and out to the site is going to be pretty consistent in terms of the depth of the parking spaces and the width of the traffic aisle.
Okay, and I think that's as good a seg as there could be into my sort of general comments on this, is that I think what it boils down to on this site is that either we want something to happen on this site, we want to use this vacant land, or we don't, because the issues that are present are mostly because of its unique status. It's been orphaned, it's very narrow. So no matter what happens in this site, and we can dream up the perfect development, each of us, I'm sure, there's going to have those issues, those in and out issues, whatever traffic issues are going to exist because of 28 units, which is typically pretty minor, we know that, are going to exist whether there are 4 units. And same with garbage pickup, same with fire truck access, and all those things. And I think these are the conversations. Councillor Wilson, very good point about infilling. We had to get infilling right. But remember, we're trying to add 50 to 40,000 people, 40 to 50,000 people to the city of St. Catharines in the next, 20, 30, 40 years, ideally with different housing options available for them. So, I don't think I'd be comfortable looking at this site, which, is in my ward. And this is probably some ward councilors' nightmare, this kind of project, because the neighbors really dislike it and have a lot of valid reasons for doing so. But we also need to consider our 20,000 other constituents and people who are going to live in the city for the next 10, 20, 50 years. So I guess that's why they pay us the big bucks, less than they make our colleagues in Welland, of course, but nonetheless. So I don't think I'd be comfortable looking at this site still being vacant a decade from now and knowing we need that kind of housing in the city, and especially at this price point, which I know isn't, and I think we do need to start separating social housing from affordable housing. This is affordable, small a, in the sense that, as Councillor Wilson alluded to, there aren't options like this on the market. I think these are conversations St. Catharines City Council is going to be having for the next 20, 25 years as we try to add density, as we try to infill. We can't expand too much. Parking for me, I'd like to see go to no parking minimums for sites. And I know that's going to be controversial, and it's going to have some tough conversations. What I'll say, why I have some faith in this particular development is that site plan approval process, the considerations that are laid out. I know staff are aware of the contentious nature and the unique nature of this site. I know Mr. Toth is, and I certainly know that the neighbors on both sides are. So I think that will be a process. It might take a while, but I think will happen. And I think for this developer in particular, and I love the fact you're working with Better Neighbors. With Kaylin Holmes was here last week. They have a great track record here. And Mr. Toth is from St. Catharines. I'm sure he has an interest in continuing to develop in St. Catharines. He does not want to get a bad reputation on his first go around. So I have faith that he's going to be very involved in making this as smooth a process as possible. Again, certainly understand the concerns the residents have. Again, tough one, very tough. I'm sure I'm angering some of the people who I'm sort of deigned to represent here. But I think ultimately this is a good project. It's a unique project. It's a really unique opportunity for both Merritt and City of St. Catharines. And I'm hopeful that the process is as smooth as it can be, and in a year or 2 years, 3 years, we're looking back with something we're really happy with. So I will be voting in favor, and I will be keeping a very close eye on this project as it rolls forward.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miller. I got Councillor Kushner, then Councillor Townsend.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Was this looked at by the design review panel?
Go ahead,
Mr. Mayor. The design review panel no longer exists for the time being. And even if it had, this particular project would not fall within the mandate of the design review panel. The design review panel was only put in place to comment and provide advice on the creation of new lots. And there is no new lot being created here. It's an existing lot of record.
And my second question is, how does the density here compare to other developments, redevelopments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kushner. I think Charlotte mentioned in her earlier remarks that the official plan designation here is a high density designation. That is
Right.
what they're proposing. The intent here was always that it should be high density. The problem is the lot configuration and trying to achieve all of the zoning standards. So to answer your question with respect to how does this compare to other sites, I think the best answer to that is on any site, whether it's a low density proposal or a high density proposal, and because most of our development is infill development, it's very difficult to reach all of the zoning standards that would apply to any given site. So we often have applications for minor variances that will vary certain zone standards to make a project fit within an established neighborhood. You know, it's totally different on a greenfield development where you don't have anybody around you, but when you're assembling land or you're using existing lots, that in this case is a very good example, that they just don't meet the complete provisions of that particular zone. So It's not that I can give you an example of a comparison, but it's not unusual for high density developments to be seeking some sort of leniency from the zoning bylaw, whether it be building setback, landscaped open space, you know, a shortfall in parking, etc. And it's because our community is almost exclusively infill development.
Okay, and with respect to the site plan, I assume that the residents will be involved in the site plan of the project. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Council has mandated that all site plans, not just this site plan, but all site plans be subject to sort of a public open house communications exercise. So this would be no different.
Okay, and just to clarify, you indicated that if the 4 conditions that you specified in the beginning, if they are not satisfied, that means you will not agree, and therefore the project will not go ahead.
Well, I wouldn't want to take it as far as the project will not go ahead, but the applicant's certainly aware that we are expecting sort of some really enhanced design elements here that would be subject to site plan approval, and site plan approval is a delegated authority to the director.
To the director, and if it's not approved by the director, the project does not go through.
Well, I suspect the project would go through. The developer would have to go back to the drawing board and address the concerns that staff would have a problem of. I think at that point in time, it's not a situation where the developer is going to pull back and abandon the project because he would have too much invested at that point. I think there's going to be, you know, there's going to be a back and forth between staff and the developer as to what is appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Townsend, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question, I guess, would be to the Director of Planning. What is the max occupancy per unit? Is it 2-person?
Through the mayor to the councillor, there is no max occupancy, but again, the size of the unit and configuration of the unit would make it uncomfortable for more than 1 or 2.
Is it custom to put limits on, like, you know, apartment building or apartment units this size?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the building code will be reviewed at the time of building permit application, and it will look at occupancy based on size, including room sizes.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Mayor, I'll be brief. I think that this, you know, we reflect back a year ago where we worked on our strategic plan, and one of the emphases that we wanted to put on our plan was affordable living, affordable housing. This here is an opportunity for us to lead the way and show what affordable living can be. We know there's a housing crisis within St. Catharines. We need housing, and we need affordable housing for people. This here provides an opportunity for us to get it right in the city and lead the way for other municipalities. I will be supporting this project because I do believe that this is something that will be of a benefit for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Appreciate that. Councillor Harris, and then Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the director, or through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Planning, some of the issues that have been talked about, garbage, snow removal, are you comfortable that all these issues, or the outstanding issues that most of the neighbors had expressed concern with, will be addressed through the site plan agreement and perhaps the condo corp agreement?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, I am. What we'll be looking at through site plan agreement is whether or not the regional waste management can be achieved or not. Otherwise, we may look at private collection. We'll be looking at private snow removal, and these will be requirements of the condo board moving forward.
Okay, my next question is a follow-up, and it goes along with what Councillor Townsend said. During our strategic plan, we identified affordable housing, and in your opinion, does this fit in with what, as a council, we saw as a priority?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, I do. it's been a strategic priority of this council to provide affordable housing, supportive housing, but housing at all income levels and all different types of configurations. What we're trying to do is put more supply into the marketplace to meet the demands of our residents, future and present. And this is a new and innovative form of housing that we don't currently have in the city. We don't have micro units, and we don't have micro units for purchase at an affordable rate. So it is a new and innovative form of housing to the community, and it will serve the market quite well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. And Councillor Porter, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm moving this, and I just wanted to provide some summary comments. So today I was curious, and I wondered how much I could afford as a single person on my salary at my day job. I work at a not-for-profit. So I went to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation website, and they have an affordability calculator, and I entered my salary, and I could afford real estate at $148,000 if I was a single person with my day job salary. I thought that I had an okay salary and that I could survive, but when you take a look at the real estate market in St. Catharines, there would be very little that I could afford on my own. A lot of us sitting around the table are lucky. There's no other word for it. We're lucky because we cashed into the housing market 10, 15, maybe some of us 30 or 40 years ago. And we have built up a lot of equity. And I know that if my husband and I were just starting out in St. Catharines right now, we would probably struggle to find the same type of house with the salaries that we have now. So we have to take a lot of concerns into consideration when we're making decisions, concerns with the immediate neighbors, but also, you know, we need to think about the future and the kind of city that we want to build and who we're building it for. So we have to keep the folks in mind, people at my salary level who are trying to build some equity and get into the housing market because it's becoming more and more difficult. I've heard concerns from the neighborhood, and I've also heard discussions around walkability and grocery stores. I did spend a few years trying to build a grocery store in downtown St. Catharines because we used to have a bunch of grocery stores and they all moved out to the suburbs because that was the type of city we built 20, 30, 40 years ago. We built a suburban city that was very car dependent. We ended up losing a lot of our shops and grocery stores downtown. And when you talk to grocers, they have a formula that's based on density. So in order to get all of those amenities back in and around the downtown core and around Oakdale Avenue, we actually have to build more infills and build more density in order to support a grocery store. So it's not just a matter of building a grocery store and they'll come. We actually have to, in tandem, build more density. So I think overall, this is going to be a good development for our city. It's a walkable development, and walkability correlates with property values. If you go to realtor.ca, in some of those real estate websites, you look at a property and it's got a walkability factor, and a walkability factor actually leads to higher property values. So for a lot of those reasons, I'm going to support this because I think overall it's going to be a benefit to the community, and it's going to support missing middle housing. People who work at not-for-profits or make just a little bit above minimum wage will be able to get into the housing market. And we need to also be making decisions for those folks. We might not be those folks anymore, but we have to make sure we represent them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. And Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Director of Planning. I'm interested in the background or the genesis of this project. Is this one where the person was about to purchase this land and came to the planning department and asked what could be developed on it? Or you may not be able to give us all the details, but I just wanted to give some background of how this started before it came to this point in the process.
Through the mayor to the councillor, that may have been a better question directed to the developer at the last meeting. From a municipal perspective, the process was followed in such that the applicant did reach out to us with a pre-consultation application. We did our internal review at that time and provided comments. They went back and they made their decision to follow through with the formal application that you see before you tonight.
But they were the owners of the property when they came to City Hall?
Through the mayor, I'm not able to confirm that right now.
Okay, thank you. Through you, there's, as Councillor Littleton suggested, we are shoehorning in a development here, and I'm quite torn on it, but I'm also not naive. I know that when we have a planning report in favor of something, it carries a good deal of weight. I also am concerned about some liberties taken perhaps in terms of standard land use planning policy, and I also understand the need for affordable housing. I'm interested in, because it's a fragment, it's been characterized as an orphan parcel. I don't know how that term gets coined, but was there any suggestion to try and assemble a larger parcel to develop in this case, or are we doing that? And are we doing? I doubt it happened here. Are we trying to make that effort so that we can get better quality developments on larger parcels going forward?
Through the mayor to the councillor, this is an existing lot of record. It does have planning permissions on the site right now, which give it certain development rights. That being said, as we've heard from our planner on the file, regardless of what was going to be built on this, we would have had to go through a Public Planning Act application to acknowledge the reduced lot frontage on this site. There really isn't an opportunity with the two condos that exist on the north and south sides of this building for a land assembly. But in general terms, when looking at other development applications in the city, if it does make more sense for a land assembly to occur so that a proper, more comprehensive, higher quality development can be achieved, then absolutely we make that suggestion at the time of pre-consultation, or if the applicant or developers to reach out to staff before even making an application. If it makes sense to do a land assembly, we will always support that.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Williamson, I see no further hands up. The only point I'll make is that right now the waiting list for a single unit for a person, one person, is 16 years. So we have people on the waiting list who, that's how long they're waiting to get a single unit like this. And they're largely either people who have been widowed or people who are single that don't have a network of family and friends, and they're on the waiting list. So just wanted to put that in context for why, in a regional housing perspective, these kind of units are becoming more and more important. And I would hope that if Mr. Toth demonstrates the viability of this, that there will be more development like this to help alleviate what is something that we didn't create, but is becoming a very significant crisis in our community. I'll just leave it at that, and I'll look to the clerk to call a question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
So could I just add that moving forward, because we did have a number of residents who presented, that this information at least be circulated to those who presented, but also more importantly is to set up a communication with the neighboring residents. And I know it's not the job of the city to facilitate that, but you've got two councillors here that are very active in their ward. And you've also got a number of people that will be impacted by this. So in order for us not to wait for an issue to arise, it would be very beneficial to have an open line of communication that starts with the city and works with Mr. Toth and the area residents, so that the ward councillors aren't blindsided by issues as they come up. So don't want to put more work on someone's plate, but I just think it's important that the residents, we give the respect to the residents as this goes through about any challenges and that may arise as well. Okay. If that could just be simple direction through the CAO, that'd be great. Okay. Now we move on to 3.2, planning and building services. Planning services, and this is the 2020 community improvement plan. So we had closed the public meeting and now look to the director of planning building services for summary comments before the motion is put on the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to everyone connected here this evening. First, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the report and plan authors, Margaret Josipovic and Bruce Bellows. The work before you represents a year and a half of their dedicated research, collaboration, engagement, refinement, and alignment with Council's strategic plan, the city's official plan, the housing action plan, and the pandemic economic recovery strategy. I'd also like to thank staff from the Project Management Office, Finance, Communications, Economic Development, Engineering Facilities and Environmental Services, and Planning, as well as our stakeholders and the general public for their contributions and feedback. This was truly a collaborative and comprehensive effort. Next, I want to address accountability. Staff in the planning department all have undergraduate degrees, if not master's degrees, in their chosen profession. They are almost all either candidate or full members of the Canadian Institute of Planners and registered with the Ontario Professional Planners Institute, both of which have their own code of conducts and ethics standards and requirements. In addition, the city has its own code of conduct and ethics policies, which staff not just adhere to, but believe in. Professional planners and their recommendations at all times are to be independent and in the public interest. Staff are professional, accountable, and completely capable of evaluating all types of applications in accordance with council-approved policy. In fact, planning staff are some of the most accountable professionals in the public service. The creation of policy, regulations, and guidelines are all advertised, posted for public scrutiny. Their evaluations, opinions, and recommendations challenged by applicants, council, and the public in an open forum. And furthermore, staff can be required to testify and be cross-examined on our work in a tribunal setting. Simply put, it is staff's job to be accountable, and I fully trust their capabilities to execute in this regard. The purpose of providing council with this revised comprehensive CIP is accountability and transparency. The plan before you tonight in a public forum includes guiding policies, eligibility criteria, evaluation and scoring criteria, calculations, and a detailed reserve fund schedule. This plan is clear that the goals are brownfield remediation, the creation of affordable housing, targeted mixed-use intensification, and heritage preservation. These values are cornerstones of Council's strategic plan, the city's official plan, the housing action plan, and staff have upheld them here. Thirdly, I want to address the request for a community renewal coordinator. The city has been a leader in CIP since 2004. However, with the removal of this position in 2014, the integrity of the program administration has been compromised. To continue without a community renewal coordinator is not sustainable. The city is committed to the administration of existing approvals and agreements and the accurate allocation of management of approved incentives until 2035 at the earliest. The community renewal coordinator position is required regardless of the approval of the 2020 CIP this evening. CIP administration is labor intensive and the position is needed to evaluate applications against council's approved plan, coordinate reviews between multiple departments, calculate potential incentives, create legal agreements, report to council, verify the works being undertaken are in accordance with the approval and the agreement, organize disbursements of the incentive, monitor finances, including a $20.75 million budget of current commitments, coordinate with the region, and conduct reviews of the CIP itself at regular intervals. We are not adequately staffed to deliver CIP administration and continue to deliver on council strategic priorities and provincially significant work plans. The funding for the Community Renewal Coordinator position is proposed to be phased in from the CIP reserve over 4 years in an effort to ease the overall budget. The position is necessary and warranted. The proposed CIP before you tonight is progressive, financially sustainable, and represents a balanced approach to supporting the development of properties that are challenged by various factors in alignment with council strategic priorities. The recommendations before council this evening are complex. To ensure council and the public clearly understand the intent, staff have reordered the recommendations to facilitate your discussion. We recommend approval of the CIP, and staff are here this evening to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
That was fun. I hit the wrong button. All right, sorry about that. I saw a hand up. Councillor Sorrento. So we're putting the motion on the floor. Councillor Sorrento, seconded by Councillor Cisco.
I'll second it if you want. Oh,
Okay, we got. I just saw the first hand that went up. Okay, so Councillor Sorrento, you're first up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recognizing you, sir, I'd like to thank our staff, and my questions will be directed to Project Expediter Joseph Povic. And you know, Mr. Mayor, we could come up with a lot of questions. I'm only going to ask a few and then yield the floor to my colleagues. In the report, there is mention of delegation to staff, specific matters to approve applications. And I'd like you to comment on that, Expediter, as to what the advantages of allowing staff to execute agreements would be.
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. The delegation allows for a little bit more certainty in the process, since the point was that the eligibility criteria would be so strict that it would have that policy laid out so that anything that was eligible is something that would be the type of project that would be supportable. So I would compare it to how council approves the zoning bylaw. You approve the zoning bylaw as a whole, and then as properties come forward, they're allowed to develop if they conform to it. Every property that comes in for development doesn't come to council because council has already approved that general plan.
In the report, I believe in a couple of the public meetings, there's reference to certainty as it applies to the CIP process. Some of the applicants are looking for certainty within the process. Can you speak to that, please?
Sure. So that was probably through you, Mr. Mayor, that was probably the #1 comment that we did hear from the development community. There are a lot of moving parts when you're developing a larger project, which comes with your investors, your financing, your remediation, your timing, your construction, your approval. So trying to line up any of those factors and figure out whether an incentive is something that you can count on, whether your project is feasible, how to design your project to fit within it, is the #1 factor of something moving forward.
Recognizing you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask one of the directors, either Project Expediter, Joseph Povic, or one of the directors. There was mention at one point in time that there are some people who believe that this is a corporate handout. Can you please speak to this and tell us, can you just speak to that and refute it, please?
Perhaps I can start through you, Mr. Mayor, and then one of the directors can add on if they would like. It's an incentive for development for the type of community renewal that the city has placed an importance on. We are stimulating development and we are getting assessment increases back. So this is it depends what council wants to invest in, but there is a return on this investment.
Okay. And recognizing you, Mr. Mayor, I have one final question. to any of the directors if there's anything else that they would like to add that hasn't been stated in this very short questioning period.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to point out that this is a long-term return program. It is a financial incentive, for the most part on the TIF programs. It's a 10-year program, and it's after the 10 years that the municipality really realizes the increase in assessment. So, it may be viewed as a corporate handout. I don't believe that's really the right term. It's really the municipality investing in the outcomes that they themselves has chosen through their strategic plan and their official plan and the various policy documents that council has approved. And so you're providing financial incentive to achieve those outcomes. And the payback is over the long term, not the short term.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, with your permission, I'll reserve my summary remarks for later on. Thank you. I will yield the floor.
Actually, since you're speaking, you can't ask questions and then reserve summary. So either you state right at the beginning that you want to speak at the end.
Oh,
so you got to do your remarks now.
You know what? My bad. And thank you for that procedural reminder, Mr. Mayor. And then I will say this very quickly. I believe, Mr. Mayor, that this program should not be called the Community Improvement Plan. It should be called the Community Investment Partnership Plan, because that's exactly what it is. It's an investment, incentives, long-term returns, return on investment. As you mentioned, you look at the Glendale Merritt corridor, without the CIP plan, who knows, it might have taken quite a longer time to develop it, Mr. Mayor. The director has just told us that this was a strategic deliverable. It aligns with the plans, the strategic plan, with the official plan, with the housing action plan. Our planners are accountable, they're open, they're transparent, as is this council, because we don't have secret meetings anywhere, Mr. Mayor. So we did ask staff to return with a CIP plan. The way I read this plan, Mr. Mayor, is it is harder now to qualify for CIP than it was before. And you can see it in the pie charts. So I will yield to the floor to my independent, free-thinking colleagues, and I hope that you will see it fit to support this plan, as it will yield millions of dollars, many, many permanent jobs, and thousands of dwellings over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an amendment. I doubt Councillor Sorrento will accept it as friendly, but the amendment is to defer approval of this new CIP program until the 2022 budget cycle. And in speaking to that, the world has changed in a very significant way.
Speak to a deferral. Can't speak to a deferral. So we'll just have to vote on it now.
Okay.
It's not friendly, but I think we.
Well, Sal hasn't answered yet.
It's contrary to what he wants to achieve. So I'm going to say,
Mr. Mayor, I will speak to that. With the greatest respect, Councillor Williamson, I don't see it as a friendly amendment. No, it is not friendly. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So deferral to next year, which it's a pretty huge jump. I'll leave it to the clerk to call a question.
For clarification, did you say 2022, Councillor?
Yes, he did.
Sorry,
Thank you.
like a year from now, yeah.
Okay. Okay, just for clarification. Okay, so on the deferral, Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
No.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Porter.
No.
Councillor Cisco.
No.
Councillor Sorrento.
No.
Councillor Townsend,
No.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik,
No.
and that's lost.
All right, Councillor Williamson, is that your only motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have voted for various CIP programs in the past, but we have to be conscious of the fact that there's been a seismic shift in what's going on in terms of the coronavirus and the fact that there are many businesses, private businesses, many not-for-profit and other organizations which are desperately in need of assistance. And overall, this program targets incentivizing a real estate market that's seen residential values go up 112% in the last 5 years. So to me, it's one of the last industries that we really need to be supporting at this time. The development is coming this way. There's huge pressure for development. That's why affordability is in the serious situation that it's in. So I think we have to rethink what we're doing here. I think it would have been better to defer it and to wait to see what's happening. I know that there's a lot of work that's gone into it, etc. But still, it's about helping one narrow segment of society or one narrow segment in the economy that is, to me, is the one that least needs the help at this point. Things have dramatically changed, both in terms of real estate market, as I said, and what's going on with coronavirus. So I can't support it at this time, and I really think it would be helpful for us to take a pause on this.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Your Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess through you to the Director of Planning. I know some municipalities have put caps on certain, whether it's facade or brownfield. Is that something that could be incorporated into a CIP? And if it could be incorporated, what would be possibly some of the challenges with putting caps on a CIP?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, do you mean for individual projects or for a total budget?
Individual projects.
I think you're sort of limiting yourself dependent on what type of designs or developments or projects that you might get. Anything of a larger nature would be coming to council anyway for approval. So that it would sort of be a side-by-side consideration for anything very significant. I think you could have some danger in putting on a cap and being able to limit yourself, particularly when the opportunities that exist in the city. We do have some significant redevelopment projects that are possible within the next 10 years.
Okay, thank you for that. I do have some concerns with some portions of the recommendations here. I guess my first ask would be can we eventually vote on the accessory dwelling unit program separately? Are we able to pull that out of this motion and vote on that separately? Can we do that?
Yeah, we're going to vote on section 1 first, and then section 2, and then section 3. So that'll be that I believe is section 4.
So
we'll be voted on separately.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that first recommendation would have to be amended if you wanted to pull out.
I'm sorry, Councillor Townsend. I thought staff had already done that. They were working on it today. I thought they'd actually did that.
So the separate section shows
the
delegation, but it can be separated.
Okay, so if we were to pull that out, would the amount approval change to 30,000? Is it 30 and 30 for each of those programs, the facade and the dwelling?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, typically we ask for 100 for just the facade. The 60,000 was really just because of COVID, not to burden the budget more. I don't think staff would recommend lowering it just because we are expanding the facade improvement area eligibility areas outside of just the downtown. So I think the 60 is quite low to begin with, but you could lower that budget if you so choose.
Okay, thank you for that. And through the mayor, I'm wondering if someone can just touch on the need for the renewal coordinator position and the need for it. I know you kind of touched on it briefly, but I guess I'm just trying to understand the need further for this position. And would this position specifically be only working with CIP applications?
Let the director touch on that one.
Thank you.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I do want to use this opportunity to correct something that was said earlier about the recommendation that's on the screen right now. Councillor Townsend had asked if we were to remove the accessory dwelling unit permissions. Our project expediter had raised that there is a concern with the very first recommendation. So the very first recommendation says that council authorize a bylaw to adopt the community improvement plan in its entirety. If it's the will of council to remove the accessory dwelling unit from the plan, then the plan will have to come back to council with that section removed. That's the first clarity that I want to offer. Secondly, to Councillor Townsend about the necessity for the position, I did speak about that extensively in my opening comments. So first off, the community renewal position does exist on paper, but has not been staffed since 2014. That hasn't changed the fact that the work still exists, and that work will exist regardless if the CIP gets approved tonight or not until 2035. Currently, this work is being divvied up between our project expediter as well as other staff. It doesn't have the priority that it needs. When we say that we are a leader of a CIP in this province for the past 16 years, I would argue to say that, and I'm sure many of our development community who has accessed this program would say that we are falling short of our obligations in the past 6 years. We are not able to respond in a timely fashion. The breakdown between all the different staff that are managing bits and pieces of this it's hard to own the entire process. It's not something that you can just pick up and work on 5 minutes of the day. It's something that devotes an incredible amount of time, and it needs a home position. There is more than enough work there for it to be a full-time position, especially considering that this is something that has ongoing administration. So every agreement requires annual monitoring. There's reporting requirements. We've also included in the plan the necessity for to review the CIP program in itself at a regular interval. There's going to be needs to follow up with the applicants on the paperwork that they're submitting and verification in the field that what they're building is what they've been approved for. There's going to be a lot of coordination with the region on their projects, on their incentive programs as well, and how it dovetails into the disbursement of the incentive money itself. It's an extraordinarily labor-intensive program, and if we're going to approve it tonight, or even if we don't, it still needs to have a position. It cannot be divvied up between staff now. It's not working, and we're not delivering a quality service to our applicants and our clients who have already received approvals from this and previous councils.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess through the mayor, it's if you look at other municipalities, this position is a position that is like they have this position. If you look at other cities, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that is correct. The region has its staff. There's an entire team in the city of Hamilton. The cities that have CIP plans, including Kingston and others, all have their own dedicated staff administrators.
Okay, thank you to Director Katay for that. Through the mayor, a question I had, as I look at this program, I look at the remediation aspect, and if someone could just comment as to it, to me, it seems a little bit low, and I'm wondering if there's a way we could bring that up a little bit, and maybe just if someone can touch on why it is low, because to me it seems low.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, was it the percentage or the amount?
Percentage.
We did look at examples. I think we looked at every brownfield that we have approved, and a couple of the projects that aren't part of CIP that have a brownfield remediation cost, and it's sort of lined up with the way that it would work. That's a realistic, I would say, percentage of what your remediation can cost, because a lot of these projects are going to be more significant in size. It's not going to be a 12-unit apartment building. So that when your construction costs are so high, spending $1 million on remediation can only be that small percentage. That was what lined up. We did do some research on what others do require, and it did seem generally in the same area.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll just comment here at the end. I've done a lot of research on, CIP programs and with other municipalities. And when you look at, Leamington, Belleville, Guelph, Timmins, Owen Sound, Barrie, Windsor, London, a lot of these municipalities have pivoted, because of COVID, to also include a large incentive for affordable housing. And I do see staff have included that in our CIP. I personally do think it should be higher on the percentage, and I'm hoping that that's something that we can work on before putting any type of approval forth. I think it's important, as we move through COVID and we want to build more affordable housing, this CIP program is going to be a big part of that. So I'll ask, I guess, going for if that's something we can include, and if that's something I can even ask to have, can we bring up the affordable housing percentage within this program? And what would it do if we did bring it up? How would that alter the other types of incentive and on the point system?
Through Mr. Mayor, is it the requirement percentage or the eligibility points that you get for affordable housing?
It's the requirement.
So having more than, let's say it's 50% rather than 30%?
Correct.
I do think you run into a bit of a situation where you may have no applications for affordable housing. We don't want to create a program where nobody can qualify. Building affordable housing and operating affordable housing for 10 years after that is very expensive. 30 units out of 100, let's say, in a development is still an incredibly significant development of affordable housing in the city. We also want to be cognizant that we are looking for buildings that have a mixture of income housing. We're not looking at okay, we want it all to be 100%. 30% is sort of a bit of a magic number for how you can have a spread of units, and where you don't really realize which units are affordable and which ones are a market rent or a higher rent. And if it were to be amended, it is also something that would have to go back, and staff would have to edit the plan.
Okay, so I think that I do want to see some type of program put forth, but it sounds like if we are going to make any changes, it would have to come back to council with the new changes. Is that correct?
Yeah, for something more significant, it would have to go back. If it were a very minor wording change or requirement, we can look at it as an amendment to the recommendation, but something of that nature would have to come back.
Okay, I think that's might be the direction I would like to see going. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Townsend. We got Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, have we seen any returns on the CIP that we've, something that we can, say, yeah, we received 1.5%, something like what it would put onto the tax bill in the last 16 years that this has been in process?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we will see once everything's completed about the 400 million in assessment increase. That's sort of what we're looking at, and the job creation that was outlined in the presentation and new dwelling units.
Okay, so when you say that amount of money, what does that actually mean in tax dollars back to us?
I would have to refer that one to the Director of Finance.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, with regards to looking at assessment of 400 million being added to the city's tax base on an annual basis for a residential property, that would generate approximately $2.5 million of tax revenue. For commercial property, it would be approximately $4.4 million. So looking over a 10-year time frame, which is the time frame for the CIP program, there would be a range between 25.38 million to 44.04 million over that 10-year timeframe that would be added to the city's overall tax revenue with regards to an assessment of 400 million.
Okay, so have we seen any of that to date?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to the CIP program, to date, we have paid out $20.75 million of, or made commitments of $20.75 million for the CIP program. And just a rough estimate, I would say that we've paid out approximately a third to a half of those incentives at this point. So that would mean that that assessment related to those incentives has come on to the city's tax roll.
Do you have a number of what that would be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I don't have that in front of me tonight.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm just wondering if we have an objective here to what we want to see happening with the CIP, whether it be that, we have increased affordable housing, is that our target? Is it to have the GM site redeveloped? Is there any, do we have anything where we're looking, what's our end objective to this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we identified 4 focus areas. So affordable housing, heritage restoration, mixed use, and brownfield remediation.
Okay. And then also, I was wondering about, sorry, I've lost my note here. Just give me one second. Oh yeah. So would it be possible, and I don't know whether, we've looked at this before, if this is part of the process, but maybe having an intake process where people have from, say, the first quarter of the year to the third quarter of the year to apply for the CIP. And then we look at everything that's being put forward at the same time. And then we look at it and say, okay, these are our targeted things and these are the ones that we can spend the money on. Would that be a possibility?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is currently how the program operates. So we do have an intake period and we have a deadline to apply by. So then we can look at all the projects that have applied.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't realize that was. I thought it was like as an individually. Okay, so we do that. Okay.
Yeah. So just to clarify, that's for our tax incentives. For the simple grants, such as the facade, those are sort of a first come first serve basis.
Okay, but for the bigger projects, there's like an intake process, and we review everything at the same time. Okay. Yeah. And then I guess I have one last question. What devil's advocate in the worst case scenario, what would happen if Corona really takes a hit on us? How would that affect us budget-wise? Would we be able to, with the commitments we put forward, how would we handle that?
So maybe I can start through you, Mr. Mayor, and then Christine, if you would like to add anything. A lot of the projects that we do approve, let's say you approve a CIP incentive early next year, those payments don't actually really come into effect until several years later. So you're looking at 3 to 5 years for development approval and construction, completion, occupancy, and then they start paying their taxes and we start rebating. So there is a bit of a delay in that actual expenditure. We do also have a CIP reserve that is intended to take care of those types of situations, give us a little bit of leeway. And then Christine, if you'd like to add anything.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. It is shown in Appendix 5 of the report. It shows what the current reserve balance is for the CIP. So it's right now at the end of 2021, we're forecasting approximately $6.9 million that's available in the reserve. So that is an amount that is there. And we also include in the base budget in 2021, there is in the 2020 as well as the 2021, there is 1.25 million that is included in the annual operating budget. So I would anticipate if we were significantly impacted by the COVID virus, hopefully that isn't the case, but there would most likely be a delay in the development of the existing CIP approvals, just meaning that there would be additional time taken for those projects to come online. So that would potentially give the city some opportunity to perhaps, if it needed to, reduce the contributions to its CIP reserve in the annual budget if we needed that bit of relief, and being able to draw down the reserve balance in order to offset any reductions that we needed to make. And with regards to then looking at future years, you would look at needing to ramp that up at a potentially faster rate than what we would have included in the appendix. But hopefully we don't need to do that. But that is one of the reasons why it's so important to have that reserve there, so that we are able to manage potential fluctuations that may impact our budget.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my one last comment would be that I'm glad to hear that we do an intake process, and that, as a staff and maybe as council, we can look at that and, look at what we're trying to achieve here, whether it be, development that we're going to support for the affordable housing sector, or whether it's, brownfield or whatever, but I'm glad to hear that we do have that opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. You got Councillor Kushner, then Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. How many large brownfield properties do we have? The one the planners indicated we have significant redevelopment projects. I gather they're brownfield. How many do we have, and where would they be located?
Through Mr. Mayor, what would you qualify as significant, Councillor?
Well, I think that's the word used by one of the planners this evening.
We have, if you can give me a second. We have about 19 brownfield tax incentives approved. I would say about 70% of those are more significant.
Okay, we have a GM property, of course. What other major properties would we have?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mean undeveloped or approved?
Yes, undeveloped.
Okay, so I would say that the general hospital site, we have some potential lands where we've had either industrial or commercial on it before. Black Sea Hall, for example, things like that.
The old Franny Packard site over on Director York, if you want to chime in on any.
Yeah, sure thing. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, there are a number of sites across this community that still require cleanup, and it really becomes dependent on what gets brought forward to the planning team to review and the level of cleanup that's required. So I think you would agree that this community has a proud tradition of manufacturing and is a center of excellence for manufacturing for the last 100 years. Many of the redevelopment sites are part of that manufacturing sector and require redevelopment to go to a new use. So we know the GM site or the former General Motors lands require some cleanup. There's the hospital lands that were identified, and there's probably 3 or 4 in that general area or between here and Ontario Street that require cleanup. Just about everything was built along a canal or a waterway and will require cleanup at some point.
If I could just add to that, through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a number of properties throughout the city that could be considered brownfield, and Mr. York hit on it there. Until there's a development proposal and they start assessing the lands, we don't know exactly what the level of contamination might be. One significant area of potential brownfield development is right on the edge of downtown at the confluence of Niagara and Welland, where you have a lot of older industrial properties that they're now designated in zone for future residential development. So they're potential brownfield sites as well. You have some on Merritt Street, Welland Avenue. There's a number of them all over the city.
Okay, the next question I have is on page 2-3 of the report. Reference is made to the project submitted prior to June 1, 2019. So these would be what projects specifically? Which projects?
One second, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just looking at what you're referencing.
It's page 3 of the report.
This was sort of the cutoff period for any applications that came in after the March meeting where council chose to pause the program.
Through the mayor to the councillor, if it will help, council has already dealt with those applications that were received by that date.
Okay, is the one project the Heritage Building in Port Dalhousie?
I believe the Lincoln Fabrics was one of those applications that came in then, yes.
Okay, we did turn that down, and what the new CIP criteria, if we applied the new criteria to that building, then what would be the result?
It would be,
yeah, excuse me, the same question was asked at the library.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, when we did our council workshop, we tried to use a little bit more of a generalized and averaged eligibility criteria to give council an idea of the types of projects and the types of attributes in projects that would be valuable. We didn't do any type of detailed evaluation at this point of either previous applications or previous approvals. We don't have all of the necessary information between what was required in the 2015 CIP and what's required now. And a lot of that information would also be out of date. So how much somebody spends on remediation or construction costs or their post-development assessment would all be out of date. So it wouldn't be really possible to be able to evaluate to a certainty whether something would be eligible right now without a new application.
Okay, thank you. And what is the status of the amendment being made, the accessory dwelling unit program? I thought when the amendment is made, that would have priority over the motion.
No, so that would come out, that would go first, Councillor, like the 60,000 save and accept. We would do the entire one first. We'll just do we'll do the community improvement plan, save and accept the accessory dwelling unit program and have that come back at a later date.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Phillips, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So are we just speaking on the first section or are we speaking on the whole thing?
Well, you might as well speak on the whole thing, but when we vote, we'll just vote on each one. So,
okay. First of all, just for clarification and looking back at what Councillor Williamson put forth, is it possible, well, I think it is, to accept the CIP program, however, not fully funded or partially funded or not fully funded at all for 1 year? To Douglas, and what impact would that have?
Through Mr. Mayor, perhaps I can start. You can approve a CIP and not approve any applications if you so choose. I would note that as mentioned before, the actual impact, the financial impact is delayed because of the development timing. So if you are approving something in 2021, you're likely not actually paying it out until 2025, 2026.
Right. So in thinking of the concern of the COVID hit that we're going to have and the fact that we're going to have to put $1.5 million into to service a CIP program, by delaying it for a year or putting, say, 500,000 in and saving $1 million, which is 1%, we could just pick that up in future years, or as the needs, we don't know how much we're going to need anyways. So that's a possibility to do that.
I would also note that between what was going to be proposed to council earlier in the year prior to COVID and what is being proposed now, staff did work with our finance department to lower our funding model and our budgetary asks because of the impact of COVID.
Okay, thank you. And the accessory dwelling unit is coming out later, which is good. As far as it was mentioned, I think the remediation component, what would the impact be if we raise that to say 5% from what it is now? What's your interpretation of that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, the brownfield, it cut out for a second.
The remediation component.
Based on what we've seen, I think that would be too high.
What would be the highest you would recommend?
What we're currently recommending.
And which is?
I believe for the 1% for the, we divided between the sizes of the.
The 1%, wow. Okay. And lastly, I'm concerned with, and there's no reflection on our CAO or staff at all, but in allowing them the provision of accepting or providing $150,000 over 10 years for CIP projects that don't have to come back to staff. I'd like to make the amendment that 150,000 a year be reduced to 75,000 a year over 10 years. Just to give council more say into what comes before us.
Okay, so Councillor Sorrento, friendly?
No, unfriendly, Mr. Mayor. I think that the staff have done a lot of research on it. It's not.
So what we'll have is Councillor Phillips, we'll just add that as an amendment. And then we'll vote on that as part of the, when we get to that part in terms of the delegation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Got Councillor Porter, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to planning staff, there was a lot of discussion around affordable housing. Could you just describe to us what mechanisms or tools we have in place to, get developers to build affordable units? What do we have right now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do you mean in general or through the CIP?
Not through the CIP because we currently don't have one right now, but just in general.
We don't have any grants or incentives. We can help expedite a development process. The Planning Act allows for inclusionary zoning near major transit areas. And then as outlined in our housing action plan, there are other areas for us to be able to encourage it. Accessory dwelling units are one way to be able to build those units, those types of units.
Sure. So we can't make a developer build affordable housing right now. And then we are doing an inclusionary zoning study, I guess, but can you describe, let's pretend that we were going to implement inclusionary zoning. And in fact, I don't think any municipality in Ontario has it yet. But say Toronto does it and then we do it, where could those units go? Because I think the Ford government reduced where they could go to around transit sites. So to me, that means they couldn't go in Port Dalhousie or in Port Well, or you could only put them where, like downtown?
So through the mayor to the councillor, the revised inclusionary zoning permissions from the province are related to 800 meters around MTSAs or major transit station areas. For the city of St. Catharines, that means 800 meters around the existing GO station and around our downtown bus terminal, and that would be it.
Okay, so that really would limit us to, if we did, I hope we do eventually do that, but I think it would limit our ability to kind of force affordable housing, and we'd be left trying to scramble to come up with other ways to encourage developers to do affordable housing in other areas, which is actually better planning. It's, in your mind, is it better planning to spread affordable housing across the city?
Through you.
Through the mayor to the counselor, it's a best planning practice to have all types of housing for all types of incomes spread throughout the community to reduce stigma and to create healthier neighborhoods. Ideally, affordable housing should also be located in proximity to jobs, transit, and services. But of course, those are also available throughout the city, and particularly around arterial roads and transit corridors.
Sure, thank you. Staff have had a number of stakeholder meetings and meetings open to the public and council. Can you describe how long it's taken to create this report and the stakeholder involvement, and how many meetings you've had with developers and the public to inform this report today?
So we started our process in about June of 2019. So it's taken over a year, about a year and a half. We've done formal public consultation and sort of those informal chats in between. We've had 2 open houses or public meetings with the public, and we did our stakeholder meetings where we kind of zeroed in on the people that would be most affected by it or that might provide the most commentary. So Niagara Regional Housing, Niagara Community Services, the development community, the nonprofit community who actually do the housing service provision in the region. And then in between that, obviously, the more sort of smaller phone calls and emails and review with existing developers that have experience with CIP that are gone through our program and are a bit more of sort of an expert in exactly what scoring criteria means and what a difference in percentages or requirements does, how it impacts future development.
Sure. So council had several months, like at least a year, to provide input and thoughts and ask questions while the CIP was being developed. And we are here today because council directed staff to create this report, right? You didn't just decide to do this on your own. This was a council directive based on our strategic priorities to create this report. That's why we're here today.
Correct.
Thank you. So I have a couple of amendments. I hope that Councillor Sorrento will find them friendly. I spent a lot of time on this because I do believe one of our #1 priorities for our community is building affordable housing. This is what people ask us to do. They also ask us to do something about some of the brownfields in the community. So I believe that the CIP is in the public interest, but the question is, how do you incentivize affordable housing? So I initially thought maybe we could have a cost of entry into the program of asking all developers to do 5%. But as we're moving into an inclusionary zoning study, I think that would be a duplication. I also think because the CIP is made to create more tax revenue, there's an opportunity to actually take some money after the fact when we start collecting it and putting it into a fund. So we actually have a fund to build affordable housing. So there's possibly a way to do this. So I sent over my 2 amendments that I'm going to read out to Councillor Sorrento, and I really hope he finds them friendly. And I just have to find it. I'm not sure if they're up on the screen right now. The first amendment is that staff report back in a program that would see a portion of the future revenue generated by CIP and development charges to fund waivers of DCs, which are development charges, permits, and other related fees for not-for-profit affordable housing. So we do have lots of affordable housing organizations looking for help and support to create shovel-ready projects. And in order to access some of the federal money, it requires a municipal contribution. Otherwise, you can't get that federal money. But we currently don't have a way of funding this. And I think that we could potentially use the CIP, which I hope we pass tonight, and put future revenue into a fund like this. And we are looking at development charges as well. And I'm hoping that staff could report back to us at some point in how we could do this. And the other amendment is to ensure that staff decisions are aligned with the policy that the CIP coordinator create a thorough and detailed annual report to be reviewed by council that outlines all of the CIP applications approved by staff. The CIP requires oversight. Without a CIP coordinator, I don't believe there's enough oversight in it. As council's not, we're not overseeing the CIP. Just based on the comments tonight, people seem to not have a strong understanding of how the program works, how the approval process happened, and how the money gets dispersed. So a lot of staff are doing it off the side of their desks. Our job as counselors is to create positions that and make people accountable. So a person needs to be accountable for the CIP. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money that goes out, but it's also a lot of money that comes in. And we need that person to report to council about this. We had a discussion at the last meeting about, whether it should be council or it should be staff. I believe it should be, I like what staff have put forward, but I think this person needs to report back to us once a year with a very detailed report on how much money has gone out, what kind of applications have been approved, because we need to make sure that staff are approving the applications according to the policy that we laid out. So tonight we're approving a policy and we need to empower staff. I've got a question for Rebecca, sorry.
So I just want to make sure, is that Councilor Sorrento?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a procedural question. Before I accept the amendment, am I able to ask staff for clarification on the amendments?
Well, just, okay, just wait, because Councilor Porter was just getting from.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
I thought I sent it to you, Rebecca. I'm trying to send it to you.
It's on the screen, Councillor Porter.
Okay.
It's on the screen.
Councilor Sorrento, you got a.
Yeah, that's okay. Now again, my question, Mr. Mayor, can I ask staff just a couple of quick questions, please?
Not a couple, I'll give you one.
Okay. Recognizing you, Mr. Mayor, to any one of the directors, are you in agreement with the amendments?
Through the mayor to Councillor Sorrento, as currently displayed on the screen, I support both the report request and the amendment as they are currently worded.
Mr. Mayor, I defer to the director, and yes, I will accept those as very friendly.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a final comment. We approved CIPs for affordable housing in 2004, between 2004 and 2006. And then in 2006, council moved not to use CIP for affordable housing. So for the last 14 years, there was no CIP for affordable housing. And we had an affordability crisis back in 2006. I don't believe it just started last year. We had an affordability crisis for many, many, many years. So I think that tonight we have the opportunity to take our CIP in the right direction. And we need this housing built today. And we need to clean up these brownfields. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I got Councillor Littleton and Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a lot to unpack here. I think my first question is to Margaret. Can we just go through, because I do hear that when I hear some language, and words matter because they give us indications onto what people are actually thinking. I think there is still some confusion over what a CIP is. So let's take parcel A, for example. Parcel A currently gets $20,000 a year in tax. It's undeveloped. If I'm a developer and I say I'm going to put whatever there, and the tax increase is going to be, let's say, $1 million, and the CIP is approved for, say, $500,000. Does that mean that the city is now paying $500,000?
So through you, Mr. Merritt, to clarify, we ask for an estimated assessment increase. So if your assessment increase goes up to $1 million, we don't pay out a percentage of that. We pay out a percentage of the difference in your taxes. So it's not a difference in your assessment, it's difference in your taxes. What we did in the new program was add a maximum 5% variance to that assessment, that estimated assessment, so that we don't run into situations where maybe the estimated assessment was $1 million, but it actually came in at 3 or 4, so that the incentive would actually be much higher than we budgeted for.
So then now I've built my project, and it's now we're paying $1 million, or it's collecting $1 million in property taxes. And I was approved for 50%, let's just say, tax rebate. So the CIP goes from 20 to $1 million. Oh, I should do it $1,020,000 to make it easy. So from 20 to $1,020,000. So the difference is $1 million.
In your
right?
taxes.
In the taxes.
Correct.
So now, as the developer, I have to pay $1,020,000 in taxes. Is that correct? I pay that.
Correct.
And then the city rebates me, let's say my 50%. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if I never develop that piece of land, what would the city continue to collect in my scenario?
We collect your original taxes.
So the 20,000.
Correct.
So that's what I think is really important, is that we don't give out money to people. It's a rebate once we collect the taxes after things have been reassessed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I did want to talk about, as I live in Merritt, and I've lived in Merritt for now 17 years. And so I think a lot, we look around and we say, isn't that amazing? Look at that property, the Keg property. Look at the Johnny Rocco's property. Look at all of these things. And these are in the report. I saw them in the report. You guys we have the numbers. So these properties before might have been getting $20,000 in taxes. They are now bringing in millions of dollars. These are real examples of what the CIP has done. For us to now say, well, those ones have been done, so there's no others that need to be done. We don't need this program, I think is really short-sighted. I think as Director Bellows, or sorry, not Director Bellows, but Mr. Bellows was saying, there's a lot of properties around. I could take you for a tour in Merritt and show you still some properties that exist. If we ran out of properties that would qualify, we wouldn't have the CIP for the brownfields anymore. That would be a great position to be in, because it would mean all our land is clean up. If we don't have a CIP, because I believe we had a potential buyer who walked away, someone can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I thought they walked away in part because we didn't have the CIP. That property is too large for an individual developer, consortium of developers to develop on their own without any kind of help on the remediation part of it. That's what the CIP is. It's not like the city would be giving away those developers a bunch of money. In my example, if we go back, the city's only getting 20,000 right now. Post-development, the city will get $1 million in tax. This is where we really need to be clear about how we're communicating to the general public as well, because this is the crux of it. It is not a corporate welfare program. It is not handouts for the wealthy. It is not developers are going to line up and line their pocket. None of this. It is developing our city in the way that we need it to develop. I did also want to talk about the affordable housing. This is a genius aspect of it. And we directed staff to come back with this, and they have delivered on that. Just a side note, very quickly, exceptional job all around. This is an amazing program that you have revamped. You've really listened to the community. You listened to counselors, because we had that session. Excellent job all around. But we need to be a partner as much as we can be. I go back to a few weeks ago where we had the CIP we talked about for the affordable housing. That's 30 units on 100. The margins are razor thin. And that's what Margaret was talking about as well, where we all think the developer X should just come in and build affordable housing, but the margins aren't there. It's very, very difficult to do it. So unless you have programs that help with these little building blocks, the whole project falls apart. It's a house of cards, and you pull one out, it's gone. So that's the other thing. Last thing I'm going to talk about. Oh, I had a question. I'm sorry. Did we think about any green initiatives? someone asked this at the public meeting. Did you look at anything further, or are we just not there yet? Like in terms of solar panels to get more points, anything like that? I'm sorry. And then I'll finish my last point.
So it is a, through Mr. Mayor, it is a value added feature.
Okay. So it is in there to some degree. Okay. And I did want to talk about the ancillary dwellings, because I think this is being discussed, and this is actually a genius, really a genius way to almost immediately create housing. Full disclosure, everyone knows I have some rental properties, and this is not Lori's going to do it. I just want to give you an example of how this can affect the city. You have backyards, you have other properties, rentals, what have you. To build new housing on your property is going to cost some money. If there's an incentive, all of a sudden you might have little garages that are getting renovated. So now you can rent out your garage and somebody can live in that, and it's going to be an ancillary dwelling. And there you go. Now we have a 2-bedroom apartment. Somebody else builds new in their backyard that they're already renting. It's a duplex, it's a triplex, it doesn't matter. There's some spot there. Now we have another building there, and it's a 3-bedroom unit. Now we just house somebody. That's what the ancillary dwelling is going to do. It's going to be pop up little dwellings. That is a genius program, and I really hope that we incentivize this. This is a really, really good way to go, and I think it's just an excellent addition to it. So thanks again. Those are my comments on this program, but I really hope that we move forward with that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton, Councillor Miller, and then Councillor Garcia.
Thank you. I got some questions, and then I'll probably have a couple minor, I would call them revisions, but I'll leave that up to my friend, Mr. Friendly South Sorrento. So just a question. Last week, a presenter through the mayor to staff, anyone can take this, mentioned the idea of performance bonds. And I think these are used in the construction industry to sort of insure the clients against risk of someone not following through on something they're going to do. Let's say it's we're going to remediate brownfield, we're going to provide affordable housing, or we're going to fix a facade. If they don't do that, is that something performance bonds we considered we could incorporate into a program like this?
Through you, Mayor, I don't know that it would be required. We already take securities on planning applications. So let's say you're going to build a 10-story apartment building, you go through site plan approval, and we take securities based on your design to make sure that you build what was approved and proposed. And then you get those back after development and staff have inspected the site. You also wouldn't get through our agreement, we sort of ensure that you don't get your incentive unless you've built what we approved.
So in some practical sense, a performance bond is sort of baked into this whole program.
Yeah, I would say between sort of planning approvals and the CIP agreements, you're already ensuring that. Okay.
Could you or someone touch on the sunset clause? I think it was mentioned in the report. Is that still present in this version of the CIP, and how? I guess maybe explain what the change to what's going to happen to the funding if a CIP approval is rescinded or not, or it fails to be built before the sunset clause.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, the idea was that in our 2004 plan, once we made an approval, it kind of existed forever. So now we're looking at adding specific timelines. So when you have to enter into your agreement, how much time you have from the anniversary of your agreement, depending on whether it's redevelopment, remediation, if it's phasing, and how all of that works. If you fail to meet those requirements, technically you're not in compliance with your agreement. And then we can look at them sort of on an individual basis. If there are some extenuating circumstances and a project is well on the way, but they're going to be a couple months over, they can always go to council and ask to extend that for a few months. Or if they haven't even started and there's no progress, we can choose to rescind that approval. And then that money can either be added into the Affordable Housing Reserve if that's something that council approves tonight.
Okay. I guess I had sort of similar thinking to Councillor Phillips with regards to the number at which council reviews. And just doing my quick math of some of the figures we've got, the average CIP we've given out is about $215,000. That's 98 projects and about 21 million bucks. Sorry, money given out again is maybe not the right way. Rebates we've provided. So that's obviously 215,000 is obviously significantly lower than the 1.5 million. Why was 1.5 chosen as or $150,000 a year for 10 years chosen as the number at which it would need to come before council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we looked at actually the average for our tax incentives, because that 20.75 includes all types of CIPs. So our average for tax incentives is about 536,000 over 10 years. So what we were looking at is a lot of those projects are obviously from 2004 onward. So the cost and incentive amounts would be higher at this point. And then, so we're looking at that type of level of significance of the project and scale. And then the 150 is the number at which, if we went higher than that, it would affect the funding formula. And we would have to be putting in a significant amount more into the budget to keep that healthy reserve. So at that it was at that point that we thought that's where council should be stepping in, rather than it being a staff approval. Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. With regard to the affordable housing and the definition we're using, I think a lot of average citizens would say, and certainly I would say, that our rent is very high in St. Catharines. That's not really news to anyone. We have some of the highest rent in the country. So we're using the market rent to define what's affordable. But I think a lot of people looking at that for a one bedroom place, 900, to $1,000 sort of thing would say it's not affordable. Is that really the only measure that we can use for what fits our definition? Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, technically we can come up with any type of affordable definition that we'd like. Through our research and our chats with Niagara Regional Housing and Community Services, it was really, that was the area that we thought would fit best with the reality of projects and applications coming in and being built, and where we could make that impact, where we were giving enough of an incentive to be able to operate a unit at those costs. If we were to go to any lower requirement of rent, I think we'd be moving into a place where it'd be a little bit unrealistic, and we may not get any applications and may not actually result in any new affordable units. Okay. I guess, thank you for that. And on the same note, the $20,000 for the accessory dwelling, how is that number? Like, why is that the number, or the max, I guess? Through Mr. Mayor, we looked at a couple other programs and what it would cost to actually retrofit or construct those accessory dwelling units, and looked at sort of what percentage of costs we cover for a facade when somebody's building it. And it seemed to line up with the idea there. So something like an older home where you have lower ceiling heights and need to improve fire separations and HVAC systems, it can cost you upwards of $60,000, $70,000 to put in an accessory dwelling unit. So we figured that it shouldn't be something that should cover a majority of the cost, but it should be enough to be able to stimulate somebody to want to invest in that type of unit. Okay, and if projects only maxed out, am I right that we could only do about or provide about 6 of those grants per year on the current budget? Is that correct? Correct. And then presumably, if 2021 we get 6 for 20,000, we would probably be looking at changing that budget. Is that like sort of built into the program? We've reviewed that. Correct. So currently we're proposing increasing it by 60,000 every year. This number was chosen because of the impact that COVID has had on our budget. Originally, we would have asked council for significantly more. Okay. Okay. I think that particular grant program is really spot on. So I certainly want to see us doing everything we can to support it. I guess a fairly specific question. So on page 32, which is 56 in our report, the PDF, revisions to the 2020 CIP. It's under Part C, implementation and interpretation. It's talking about when minor revisions to the 2020 CIP will not require council approval or amendment to the 2020 CIP. The third bullet says
made to clarify or better define 2020 program requirements, including the evaluation criteria and eligible project costs. I guess to me, that sounds like the thrust of the whole program is its requirements, the criteria, and the project cost. So am I like maybe you could clarify why that's a minor revision?
Sorry, I'm just looking for the part. Do you mean in the plan, not the report?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I guess in the plan itself, it's page 32. Sorry.
Okay, 1 second. Yeah, so a lot of that was included really to focus on something like remediation. So in the past, for our 2004, the definition of remediation and the eligible costs that went with it related only to traditional dig and dump types of cleanup. Now you have further options where you have risk management plans, capping and things like that. So we didn't want to limit our definitions and those types of eligible costs to certain definitions or technologies that exist this year. So if there's a different type of remediation option in 2 years, we didn't want to have to come back to council to amend that. So it's for those sort of little technical details.
Okay, I guess if we do have a CIP annual report, I'll certainly, hopefully those are maybe highlighted when those, because again, I'm certainly open to the idea that is a minor revision. It just seems like it has the potential to be fairly significant, just again, because of the criteria and goals, but certainly for now, happy to sort of leave that as is. Okay, two questions.
Through the Mayor, just below that though, it identifies what the major amendments to the plan would be.
Mm-hmm.
That's changing sort of incentive percentages, adding, deleting programs, etc. So the minor ones are more to clarify the existing program. And just a note, speaking about the annual monitoring, it is included on page 32, just above that as well. The plan requires an annual monitoring plan.
Okay, well, that's good. Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Bellows, too. Just two more sort of questions, I guess. Last week, one of the speakers was talking at some length about a preamble, and then we sort of discussed that maybe that was covered in a summary. Is that something staff in the meantime has considered, or is there any response to that sort of request for a more specific preamble to the report or the plan itself, I should say?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the document does lay out sort of the basics of the purpose of what CIP is. And then the specifics are really outlined in the eligibility criteria. But really, that being said, it's the city's official plan, the Garden City Plan, that should be used as the preamble. It lays out the long-term vision. It lays out all of the land use designations, the policies, the guiding principles or vision, the purpose of the type of development that we're encouraging in every type of in every location in the city. It talks about affordable housing and heritage and mixed use. So I think that sort of serves as your preamble. You should be using the official plan as sort of your guide when looking at all development applications, including CIP approvals.
Okay. My last question is just specific to the GM lands and the CIP itself. Obviously, that's top of mind for residents, councilors, I'm sure staff as well. The GM lands and this project, I think that's what everyone, certainly last week, the feeling was that this was a project for the GM lands. My concern is that a project of that size, let's hope it gets developed, obviously, is going to have a massive increase in property taxes when it's finally developed. And the rebate will obviously be, would be huge over 10 years. I mean, is that one project have the potential to just totally blow our CIP budget for a long period moving forward? If it does, again, hopefully come to fruition and access this program.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we did include in our funding formula sort of two larger scale hits to the budget in 2025 and 2030 of 400,000 each. So that's obviously going from the 150,000 of, let's say, a regular year. So that's intended to kind of make sure that our reserve and that our funding formula is healthy, even with larger hits to the budget. But I would note that something that develops as large as the former GM lands is going to come in phases. So I wouldn't almost be looking at it as one giant approval, but maybe it's 5 or 6 average or slightly larger than average approvals that will likely be spread over a couple of years. So you wouldn't be absorbing the payout likely in the same years.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that. I have 2 amendments, or I suppose revisions, that I would like us to consider, and I'll just, maybe I can present them really quickly, and then maybe if anyone wants to speak to them. But the scoring system that's being proposed, the project evaluation system, and I did have an opportunity to talk to Mr. Bellows about the project cost, which is item F. The investment, it's scored from 1 to 8 based on the project costs. I understand that's done in part because of to help prioritize some of the larger projects, and that's fair enough. I would just like to see those 8 points awarded and added to the core housing section. Again, to me, I don't really see the need to incentivize higher cost projects. The reward for spending a lot of money, ideally, is to make money. I think that's baked into why developers do developments. I think what we're trying to achieve with this program is to modify those developments. And one of the big modifications we want to see is more affordable housing. So I would ask that we revise the eight project cost points and add them to the core housing section. And the other revision I would like to ask for amendment is on page the definition that I was discussing of what is affordable rent. It's on page 47 of the plan itself. It includes, for our purposes, a 10% increase, and I understand that's done for inflation and things like that. I would like to see us scrap that 10%, so it moves the bachelor from an average cost of $750 to $825. I think $750 again for a bachelor apartment. It really beggars belief, I think, to a lot of people that is considered affordable, and I think $825 makes it even less affordable. Again, I understand. I certainly respect staff's input on this. But again, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to get developers to modify these projects. And I think we should be aiming for rate on the market value rather than adding that 10%. So those would be my 2 amendments. My summary remarks are just that I think everyone understands what this project is. I think there's a misconception that people are only against this if they don't understand it. Either we're rebating the money to a private developer, or we, the public, are collecting it and spending it. The property assessment doesn't go up for fun. It goes up because people are living at the site, people who use city services, city water, city roads, things we as a corporation will need to spend more money on. And that's why we collect property tax in the first place. So I think we need to be cognizant of that we are talking about public money here. But I think I'm in favor of this program, generally speaking, because I think what we're trying to do with that public money is to modify developments in the city moving forward, so people can afford to live here, so we can remediate brownfields, so we can improve facades and ultimately create the city that I think we all envision we want to create. So those would be my remarks, and those are my amendments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miller. And in terms of, before we go to the, if it's friendly or not, can I just have Ms. Josipovic talk about, is it a substantive change on the 8 points? Or is it something that we can do as what would be considered housekeeping rather than go back to a full-blown anything else?
Through Mr. Mayor, I think to be completely comfortable with, we would have to go back to see how that impacts the scoring criteria. It's a very delicate balance where when you're trying to put something on one end of the table and you push, something else falls off the other side. I don't know that I could comfortably say that there isn't a negative impact by eliminating the investment eligibility criteria, particularly because we have divided it between downtown and other areas of the city. So we'd have to look at both.
Okay. And then the affordable rent, 10%, is that also have to go back for significant analysis?
That one would not. That could be changed tonight.
Okay. So I'll look to the mover, Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will, the First Amendment I do not see that as friendly with the 8 points. So no, that is unfriendly. And with the greatest respect to Councillor Miller. And the 10% increase, I think that is friendly. So I'm okay with that. As long as staff goes back and reviews it, but definitely the 8 points no is unfriendly.
Okay, so to Rebecca, if you can add that to the first vote section that we have as a friendly. Okay, and the second one is not friendly, so we'll have to vote on that one first because it does affect the criteria part of the CIP.
But point of order, Mr. Mayor, sorry, point of order just to the amendment. So yeah, it's the 8 points that is unfriendly.
Yeah, so we just vote on that. We'll vote on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so that has to be voted on before we get to the actual piece. Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, some clarification. Are all the amendments listed? Because I thought somebody made an amendment about the accessory dwellings being removed.
No, it's being voted on in the second section. So it's highlighted right there. Can you see it?
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. So that will be voted on separately.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to certainly thank my colleagues for all the great questions and information provided, and also staff. Obviously, they put a lot of work into this, and Margaret in particular. I have a couple of amendments that fall out of the comments my fellow councilors have made, and I also have some comments. Should I table the amendments first or overall comments?
It's your call if you want to see if they're going to be friendly or not. How many do you have?
2.
Okay, so I put them on the table and then do your, and then we'll see how where we can fit them in.
Okay, so the first one really goes along with what Councillor Townsend had brought up about caps on annual payments and total payments. And I do know that a lot of municipalities have caps, and I don't know if there is such a thing, such an animal as an amendment to a friendly amendment to an amendment, but I thought this would tie in with what Councillor Phillips proposed regarding limiting the approval of the staff before it has to come to council to 75,000. I thought that we could put the annual cap. I propose that individual projects' annual payments be capped at 75,000 also, and that total payments each year would also be capped at 10 times that, or 750,000.
So I guess have you communicated with staff at all on this amendment?
No, it's just from the comments that I heard from my other councilors. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, okay, so what's your second one? What's your second amendment?
The second amendment would be back to the discussion question that Councilor Phillips asked again about remediation. I would like to make an amendment that when remediation costs are a factor for approval, they must have a minimum remediation component of 5% of the total project cost. And I totally believe that is quite reasonable. Again, when you look at a large project, like even if you go to 100 million and you have 5 million remediation, that is quite reasonable.
So did you talk to staff about this, or?
No, again, that was just brought up, but in the questions here. So I thought I would make this amendment after listening to Councilor Phillips.
So the 5%, okay. It just seems like you're pulling numbers out, but that's fine.
Well,
Are they friendly, Councillor Sorrento?
No, with the greatest respect, Mr. Mayor, I have to decline. They are very unfriendly to the report, to the research. Thank you.
Okay, and so that'll be, to Rebecca, that'll be discussed in section 3. And that'll be part of the, I guess, the delegation, because that's where Councillor Phillips was talking about it.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I have a number of questions and some comments I wanted to make. Councillor Miller, I believe, asked a question about performance bonds, and Ms. Josipovich mentioned that there are securities required. And I was just wondering, how large are those securities? Are they a percentage of the project costs, or how do they work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's 100% of all landscaping costs and all secondary services. So I would say for a typical project, you're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That would be for a project, through you, Mr. Mayor, let's say a $5 million project would be hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Likely, yes. I mean, it's difficult to say depending on what type of project it is, how much landscaping, but typically hundreds of thousands of dollars, I would say.
Just gives me a ballpark. Thank you. So I wanted to make a general comment, Mr. Mayor. Like, obviously, a lot of work has gone into this, and I appreciate that. And but like Councillor Williamson and others who spoke, I am concerned about the impact on the budget at the time when we have this severe pandemic, which seems to be growing right now, and we don't know exactly what the total impact is going to be on our finances this coming year. So I just wanted to make a clarification of something that I'm trying to think of who asked this. I think it was Councillor Dodge. But number one, I did contact staff quite a bit about this, Mr. Mayor, through you. And I was concerned that when staff reported on the questions that were asked at the town hall, there was a question about CIP, which was, the wording was definitely incorrect, because it said that do you support something that has generated 400 million in new tax revenue? And that is only new tax assessment. So I asked my colleagues certainly not to be influencing whatever decision they make by how people reacted to that, because they did have incorrect information. But I did ask staff the same question that Councillor Dodge asked, and I've done a further calculation. So I wanted to know, out of the 400 million in assessment, how much actual tax revenue we have received. So as the treasurer mentioned earlier, for residential properties, the average was 2,538,000 a year. Over 10 years, that can be 25 million, and for commercial, 4.404 million, so that can be 44 million over 10 years. However, I asked the question further because my assumption is that with these projects, they are largely residential with some commercial. So the estimate I got from staff was that it's probably about 75-25, 75 residential, 25 commercial. So if you weight those accordingly, you come up with a total of approximately 30 million in taxes over 10 years would actually be new tax revenue from that 400 million. And we must keep in mind that, as somebody asked as well, sorry, so just to go back for a minute, 30 million would be new tax revenue, and we've already invested, we're saying we're rebating approximately 21. So there is a net gain of tax benefit of maybe 9 million over those 10 years. But we must remember, as somebody else asked as well, that these properties, either they might have been developed without CIP, or even if they weren't developed, they were paying taxes. So I would imagine that a lot of that 9 million we would have earned anyway. So the only reason I'm making this calculation, I'm making the point, is I want my colleagues and the public to understand that if we approve a CIP, we're approving it for reasons beyond new tax revenue. I think the new tax benefit is minimal, if at all, but We may be doing it because of affordable housing, because we want to encourage certain development, because we want to encourage remediation. And I understand that, but I think it's important to understand that calculation, that it is not a big tax increase. So that's what I wanted to say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, and I will wait to vote on those amendments.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Cisco, I think you're last to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment just to the telephone town hall and the comments that were just made. I think if anybody's had a conversation with residents in the community, and I'll use the numbers that were just quoted, if we told residents that for every dollar we spent on CIP, we would get between $1.45 and $1.50 back in new tax revenue, which is what those numbers indicate, I think most residents would be pretty happy with that investment. I think they would say that was a prudent stewardship of the city's money, and that's why we're here. But to the broader point, the CIP isn't just about tax revenue. It's a benefit. It's a side effect of doing this. We do wind up with more tax revenue than we spend, and so it's a net positive for the community. And I will say, I think it's very easy to say, well, some of that development would have happened anyways. But when it comes to brownfield remediation, we don't know that. And I think it's very simple to say, oh, well, it would have, but none of us has that knowledge. And you know, if we're looking across not just Southern Ontario, but across the country and seeing other communities doing this, clearly there's a reason for that, and it's because it works. One of the overriding messages we've been hearing throughout COVID is that we need to build back better. And I know that's the federal government's tagline right now, and it's a good one because I think it lends itself very well to this conversation about the CIP. If we're going to build back better, I know that I have, and I know many of my colleagues have said to residents, you know, there are not a lot of levers that the city can pull. When we look at the coronavirus and the COVID-19 crisis, there's not a lot of things that the city as a municipality can do on its own. But the CIP is something we can do. And to the comments that have been made about, well, is this the right time? I think this is exactly the right time. If we've identified the needs in our community, things like affordable housing, things like brownfield remediation, if we've identified these things, you know, things like heritage conservation, looking to more mixed use development and building more walkable communities. If we've identified these situations and we know that now is the time to build back better, well, building back better is building back in these areas, prioritizing these forms of development. And again, this is a policy lever that we can pull. We have the power to be able to do that. And it has the added benefit of bringing more tax revenue into the community than is spent. We had a presentation some months back. Councillor Porter arranged for the Brownfield Remediation Network to come and speak to council. And they were very clear in that this is just about the best tool that a council has when it comes to brownfield remediation. You know, we've heard our own staff say that this is an opportunity for the city to be involved in making it easier to build affordable housing, something that doesn't even fall within our mandate, but we recognize is important to the community, especially now during the coronavirus crisis, well, you know, where we see people living without homes, and we recognize, you know, 16-year wait for a bachelor apartment. What a ridiculous situation that we're in. The CIP offers that opportunity. And, you know, we are in the midst of a booming real estate market. And I think now measures that are able to bring down the cost and make it more affordable for our residents to be able to afford to live are even more important. I just wanted to speak briefly, Mr. Mayor, finally to the delegation piece. And I think if we are being honest with ourselves, we recognize that as councillors, we are prone to political influences. I've heard many councillors, some of whom are sitting around this table still, talk about you know, developers being able to influence votes. And I think the delegation portion of this program is an important one because it takes the thumb off of the scale that political pressures are able to apply, and it leaves it up to, you know, the professional staff who are incredibly qualified. We heard Ms. Kate talk about the qualifications that our planning staff have. Incredibly qualified to be able to make these decisions. We have a matrix in front of us. And I think some councillors have rightfully, I think, focused on the matrix and said, well, listen, if we're going to have this in place, let's make sure that the scoring is done in a way that's appropriate. And while I may agree or not agree with some of the proposed changes, I think that's the important way for council to have the influence, is to look at that scoring matrix and then step away and leave it to staff, except for those very large projects. And I think the $150,000 threshold is a good one. Mr. Mayor, I'll finish my comments simply by saying that I think rather than getting into the minutia now of trying to make small changes here or there, I think it may be in council's best interest to pass this the way it's been presented, along with some of the friendly amendments that Councillor Sorrento's already accepted, but pass the plan the way it is now, and give it time to work. Give it time to see what the outcome of this new CIP is. I think if we make changes, some of which feel very back of the envelope, night of, you know, not as well thought out, not as carefully thought out or planned out, especially if they only came forward this evening. Staff have spent many months. I made the motion in, I think it was March of 2019, to pause the CIP and to revamp the CIP, looking at things like affordable housing. Staff have taken a year and a half and have come back with this program. I think we should put this program in place that our professional staff, who are much well versed in all of these areas than any of us around the horseshoe, and I'm sure all of us would agree with that. They're much more versed in these areas. Use this plan. We've asked for reports to come back that indicate the uptake, to indicate the success of the program, and to make changes in the future. I think it makes more sense for us to move forward with the plan that staff have presented. And I think ultimately we'll be better able to make decisions about what can work and what has worked based on the reporting that comes back to us. So I'll be supporting the motion as it's presented, and I would encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cisco. And then Councillor Porter just had a question on an amendment, but not a comment, just a question.
I guess my question was on the 8 points. I wondered if staff would figure that that might affect my amendment being using the CIP, like the future revenue from the CIP to fund affordable housing. Would they see like a direct impact on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think you may be looking at different types of affordable housing in there, because a lot of the not-for-profit affordable housing projects are ones that don't pay taxes in the end, so they don't really qualify for a lot of our tax incentives. So I think you might be looking at a bit of a different kind of stream of affordable housing than that one would.
Right, but I think my question is, if we're looking to bring in like future revenue from bigger, like higher value projects, that would, because I understand that the CIP is not going to build just total social housing, but we don't have reserves or things to help fund social housing. So if you change the scoring system to like actually reduce the points for bigger value projects, you're actually not incentivizing those bigger projects that could bring us more tax revenue that we could put into social housing, I guess, is my concern.
That's correct. I would also note that the reasoning really for the project costs evaluation criteria is to provide that balance. So it's not necessary where somebody has a high project cost that they'll also have a very high assessment increase. It really depends on what was there before. What did you demolish? What's your base assessment starting at? So we wanted to be able to provide that balance in that scoring criteria.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Porter. And as chair of the meeting, I'm just going to ask Councillor Miller. So the amendment that you have there, so is that clear for you in terms of what you want it to be removed or added to a?
I'd like it to be removed because it all has to add up to 100, so you can't just take it out. I'd like it to be removed from project costs and added to core housing to reflect that we want to incentivize affordable housing and not simple costs of the project.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would just specify whether it's for both sets of eligibility criteria.
Yes, please.
So it's for both?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, so we'll go with that one first because it does affect the criteria in its entirety. So we're going to go with that motion, and I'll look to the clerk.
Okay. Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
No.
Councillor Kushner, I'll come back. Councillor Harris,
No.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge, Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
No.
Councillor Porter,
No.
Councillor Cisco,
No.
Councillor Sorrento,
No.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Mayor Senzik.
No.
6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that lost.
Okay, so now for the motion in its entirety. That is the first section that we're just looking at. Before we vote on this one, and I do think Councillor Miller has been very correct in the need for the affordable housing side of this. This is probably the most important decision that we'll be making as a council for this term in terms of how can we be a part of the crisis that's facing communities across this country, which is about affordable housing. I've had the opportunity to talk to the mayor of Kingston, the mayor of Guelph, the mayor of Windsor, the mayor of Waterloo, the mayor of Hamilton. If we don't do this, we are falling further and further behind. And when I talk to them about our tax incentive program, including affordable housing, they don't have one yet. And so in that, they're going to be looking to ours as an actual model, if we approve this today, as to how can we create a program that not only redevelops spaces in our community that have become troubled, but also create livable spaces for people who are being left behind. So I think doing this today affords not just us, but our community for the next generation to be able to look back and say, this created housing, an affordable level of housing in our community, at the same time accelerated growth. So I honestly think as a council, this is the most important decision that we can make today. And if we get this right, and I'll say this, and I know Councillor Kushner was on council, I know Councillor Williamson, I know Councillor Dodge was there. In 2000, when the CIP first came in, that was leading edge for the city of St. Catharines. Like you took risks, and it turned into $400 million in new assessed growth in the community. Anyone who looks at the KEG, anyone who looks at Sobeys, anyone who looks at Domtar, they were all industrial places that had been neglected, not for years, but for decades. And it was your leadership, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Dodge, Councillor Kushner, it was your leadership that made sure that that part of our community got redeveloped. And you should be proud of that. And for this council today, this decision that we're potentially going to make right now, this is going to be something that we can say we carried on that tradition of thinking about what does the city need today, and that's affordable housing. So I want to thank council who sat around the table, and specifically the new councillors who weren't around the tables previously, who really pushed staff and us as council to think about affordable housing and what does that look like. So if this goes through, I think you're going to see some significant opportunities materialize, and it's going to create jobs. So when we talk about what does recovery look like, when you look at the Seasons development on Ontario Street, CIP, when you look at the Rankin development in Port, CIP, those are people working on those jobs. Those are people who are getting a paycheck. And if we can accelerate that growth as we come out of the pandemic, those people are the ones putting food on the table, paying mortgages. And we're going to be creating the conditions for that, for people to invest, to keep them working in our community. Anyway, that's something that I think we should all be proud of if this goes through. But you're right. Certain councillors brought up the fact of how do we make sure it's getting done right? That's up to us, making sure staff are getting us the information, and that's making sure that we get the information in a timely way so that we can monitor this as our role as an oversight body. We're not here to manage the program, folks. We're here to make sure that a program like this is being fully operated, and that's what the oversight role will be. So for this one, I'll call the question.
Mr. Mayor, some clarification, please.
If it's clarification on this section or no?
Yeah, no, clarification on procedure. Like, I'm trying to understand, we voted first on Councillor Miller's amendment, which was not friendly. Why are we not voting now on Councillor Phillips and mine?
Because those are related to the delegations, and those aren't pertaining to the actual criteria. So we're just voting on section 1 right now, which is the criteria section.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. To the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, the second section is the one with the accessory dwelling unit program and the facade. Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, please. Can we split that, please? The facade program from the accessory dwelling units, please?
Okay.
Vote on those separately.
So is the amount separated, or is it 30 for the program, 30 for each, or how we all look to Ms. Josiopovic for that? There's an allocated dollar amount.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the way that we wanted to look at it was as a total. So if we had less facades, we could support more accessory dwelling units. If we had less uptake there, we could include the money in facades since it is a lower budget ask amount to begin with.
Okay, so how would you like to, and I'll ask you as a staff member in terms of, we've got 60,000 that you've allocated towards 2 programs. If the facade were to be successful, are you looking 30-30, or should we set a threshold just for the facade and then set a threshold for accessory dwelling units?
I think 30-30 will work.
Okay, so change that to 30, Rebecca, and then put 30 in for the accessory.
Mr. Mayor, am I allowed to speak to the facade program specifically, just for a quick point?
Nope.
Okay.
It's self-explanatory. We're all very aware of what the facade improvement is. So it's, if we can move on that one, and then we'll vote on the accessory dwelling unit. So I'll call the question to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Townsend.
We're just voting on the highlighted portion, correct?
Yes, just the highlighted.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
No. I'm gonna leave it in there.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
The next one is the accessory dwelling unit program. This one is new, so I don't think very many of us are familiar with it in terms of we've seen it not in action yet. So I'll look to,
Mr. Mayor, can I just go on record? I made a mistake. I thought we were talking about the accessory dwelling units. My bad. I lost my concentration. So just to put it on the record.
yeah, I'll ask Rebecca
Okay.
to change. Councillor Kushner, you got your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak against the accessory dwelling unit. I'm not in favor because right now, everyone has an incentive, depending on the part of the city you live in, to modernize and to create a secondary unit. And we've had that happening in South St. Catharines, much to the chagrin of the neighborhood. And also there is the possibility that this can be used to further the Airbnbs in the city. So I'm not in favor of this. I think there's potential for abuse, and I will not be voting for it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kushner. And Councillor Phillips, I think you had a...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Kushner. I will not be supporting the accessory dwelling unit provision. Well, I don't know about my colleagues, but I get numerous phone calls when a neighbor is putting an apartment in their basement. Can they do that? Is that within planning procedures and policies? And I don't know that it's going to enhance the stock of affordable dwellings in the city. Yeah. Don't think so.
Like someone's watching.
We
okay, so
the upward there is the so.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Phillips. So Councillor Phillips is against the.
So I won't be supporting that. I would.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not be supporting the accessory dwelling unit program either. I just believe that the CIP that we're putting through now does incentivize affordable housing, and I think that can be something that can be used to increase housing for all in the community. And so I will not be supporting the ADU program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Porter, then Councillor Cisco. Hopefully we can wrap that one up after this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a quick question for staff. So with the accessory dwelling program, it requires an applicant to go to the planning and building department to get a permit. And would that trigger, when it's all said and done, would that trigger reassessment of that property? So if I added a basement apartment, would that trigger a reassessment of the taxes that I owe the city?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it would. So, and building permits are one of the triggers for MPAC to look at to reassess properties.
So this project would probably like kind of pay for itself in some regard because it would trigger an MPAC reassessment. I guess I'm going to be supporting this. I have parents who had to move back to Cape Breton, Nova Scotia in retirement because they couldn't afford to live here. And I couldn't really afford to build an accessory unit so they could live here. So they live 2,000 kilometers away because they couldn't afford to retire in this community. They just didn't have the money. So for that reason, there's lots of people who'd love to build an accessory unit for their children or for their parents. I think for that reason, I think this is novel, it's new. I think it's a really good idea, and I think we'd be a leader. And I don't think in the long run it's going to cost us money. I think we're going to get some new tax assessment from it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Cisco, you up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, I'm in agreement with Councillor Porter, and any new rental unit that we can help to develop within the community is going to put downward pressure on the rental costs in the community, and it's a net benefit. I will say the comment was made about Airbnb, but I mean, it seems to me that if someone was building an accessory dwelling unit, that would be exactly the Airbnb unit that the community doesn't have a problem with, where the owner of the building lives there on site and is a party to whatever is going on within the accessory dwelling unit. But I don't think that that's why people would be doing it. I think it's an opportunity for some folks who maybe are lacking the affordability of living in their own home to be able to spread the cost and also provide what would ultimately be lower cost rental accommodations. It's a net benefit for everybody. It's something that we're starting to see more of in bigger cities. And to Councillor Porter's point, I think this is an opportunity for us to be a leader in this area. And in conjunction with other parts of the CIP, I think all of it will help to increase the stock of lowercase a affordable housing in our community, and it's a net positive. I hope council sees fit to pass this. I think this is an important piece of the puzzle.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cisco. Before voting on this, is there any appetite for having this come back in 2022 for next year's and to review the program itself once the short-term rentals piece has been dealt with in the next 3 or 4 months? Is there an opportunity, or this way we're not defeating the idea. We're simply looking at a comeback as part of a potential bigger package?
My hand's up.
Sorry, Councillor.
My hand's up. Yeah, what I was going to suggest is that perhaps when this report comes back, maybe we could address this idea of these units. So I would like to see it maybe become part of this report instead of voting on this right now. Perhaps we could have it come back when there's this annual report, and even a lot of the other amendments and things. Perhaps staff, when they come back with a proper report, they can address if some of these have become issues, and we could actually, it's almost like a living document. We could actually modify it.
Okay, so
does that make sense? Or
what we're looking to do, if we can make an amendment, so let's not kill the program, but let's have it come back in 2022 as part of an update on the overall program CIP, and then hopefully we can condition the understanding of what this may mean in terms of the downward pressure on other affordable housing. That'll be the motion, that it comes back in 2022 as part of a CIP update. Okay.
It's friendly, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Okay. So we're not creating the program. We're just going to have it come back as part of an update for 2022 to see if this is something that we need.
Does council want to vote on a deferral then to 2020 of this, or
Okay,
have
so
they voted on that?
Let's vote. Can someone make a deferral that hasn't spoke? Councillor, who hasn't spoke? Councillor Miller, do you want to make a deferral motion? I hate to put you on the spot. I'm just.
I mean, I don't really prefer we did it.
No problem. Just looking to see who's available for.
Mr. Mayor, could I just make a clarification?
Yeah.
Sorry, so the ADU in the first motion was part of the CIP plan. So the program itself was part of the approval of the first recommendation that was approved.
Actually, no, it's incorrect. It would be save and accept for this. So that's not a correct statement. It's save and accept.
So the motion that you're looking at now is the actual just funding for the program, not the program in the plan itself.
Okay, so the understanding, and again, it's save and accept. So the whole thing was approved, save and accept for the facade, and that's what we're dealing with now. So I don't want to get into the semantics of it. And if we want to get into the semantics, I'm telling you right now, the spirit of the motion was what we dealt with in the first one, save and accept for the facade and the accessory dwelling unit. I'll look to the clerk for clarification.
That was said when that was pulled originally. It was not put on the screen, but it definitely was said.
Okay, thank you.
Just wanted to clarify.
Good clarification. So I want to make sure we're all clear on this. Okay, so I'm not seeing any hands for deferral. And so we'll just have to take the deferral part out and I guess vote on the motion as is written here. It'll go to the 2022 operating budget. If 22 accessory program to come back as part of the CIP review.
Not review.
As part of the CIP review or report, annual report. Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, the fact we are funding it and then we're going to come back and review it next year.
So we're take the funding out. We're not approving.
Okay, is it, the funding is still in there?
Yeah, so take that one out as well. Thank you, Councillor Phillips. There you go. Okay. Call a question on this one?
No. Okay, take out approve. That's okay. Okay, Councillor Dodge. On the deferral to 2022. Or I'm sorry, on this motion.
Okay. Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Just so I'm clear, we're not approving any money, but we're approving the concept, but it's going to come back during the annual reporting to discuss it further.
Yeah, we're not approving it. We're
idea,
asking
the
it to come
intention.
back in 2022 to consider it. So we're just not killing it today. We're asking it to come back.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yes, then. Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Littleton.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Sorry, one point of clarification. If we vote no to this, it's just gone. It just disappears. Is that, I mean,
No, you can bring it back and say you want the original to come in as 2001 with the dollar amount. And then if that dies, then it can't be reconsidered for this term of council.
okay. Reluctant, yes.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Porter.
Yes, this is really not clear, but
Yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Mayor Senzek.
Yes.
I voted the wrong way.
And that's carried.
Okay. So there's no commitment, it just comes back 2022 and it'll be part of a report update on the CIP. And obviously there are some concerns from council around impact on neighborhoods, so that should be addressed in the report as well. Okay, section 3. Okay, so this is the coordinator's position, and I think we've all spoken on this one, correct? So I'll turn it over to the clerk for a vote on this one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Mayor Senzek.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so the last one, final one, this is where we have an amendment where it's about the delegated amount. And so we also have so let's go with Councillor Phillips first. And that's the 150. So it's reducing the delegation to 75. So the delegated authority will be 75 per project per year. And then that goes over a 10-year horizon. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't spoken to this specific, so I just wanted to say that I support it, and also that I think just about every speaker we had from the public last week emphasized the fact that this is such an important program that council should have as much control over the projects as possible. So I think 75,000 is still a very significant amount, which is $750,000 over 10 years. So it's not a huge change, but it just means that council will have more say as projects get larger. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I spent a lot of time thinking about this, and we discussed pressures and who gets pressured when making decisions. And I think that it's really council that can get pressured on the CIP. And it's clear that certain projects that aren't really liked by the neighborhood, even though they might be good projects, from my perspective, it looked like the CIP was kind of used as a tool to try and shut them down. And I think it's been politicized. And I think the best way to depoliticize the CIP is to put some of it into staff's hands, because I don't feel that they face the same pressure. And like I mentioned, affordable housing is very political and people don't want it in their neighborhood. Some projects with some density are, people really struggle with that as well. Even when that's actually good planning to put some density on transit routes, you still face some opposition. And that's where we as councillors, get a lot of pressure. So it's not just pressure from developments, there's lots of pressure on us. And that's why we don't, that's why we have an official plan. That's why we have policy. So I see this as a policy. We spent a lot of time on this policy. We spent a lot of time debating it and hearing from the community. And I think that together we've created a really good policy, and it's up to us to allow the staff to implement what we consider a really good policy based on our strategic priorities. So I'll be supporting the staff having like $150,000. I think it's actually quite reasonable. And I think anything less is too small. And we got to depoliticize this program.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. And I got the Director Kitay. You had your hand up, or you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of clarification. On the screen right now, under the heading Councillor Garcia, the second point says remediation costs for applications are a minimum of 5% of total project costs. As this council has already approved the plan, save and except for the accessory dwelling unit sections, this would actually be a reconsideration.
All right, I'll look to the clerk for that.
That's correct, because you voted on the plan, and the 5% would be different. It would be different. It would change the plan, the CIP. So.
And how material is that?
Tammy, I would go to Director Kitay for that.
Through the mayor to the rest of council, we would have to go basically be deferring the report back to staff to look at what the consequences of that is and reporting back at a later date.
We've already voted on it. So Councillor Garcia.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I brought that amendment up and it was on the screen before we voted on the main motion.
What do you mean? It was at the bottom of the screen. I'm just
Sure, but it was there. So, you know, that is absolutely unfair to say that we can't consider it now. It's a reconsideration when I brought it up before.
okay. So I guess what we'll do here, if we can take a 5 minutes, so it's 9:15. I'll take a 5-minute break and I'll just talk to the clerk. Everyone can take a bio break. Is that a deal?
Deal.
All right, council. So if we have everybody come back on the screen, get the motion up that we're dealing with. Got all the councilors back. Okay. Okay, Rebecca, can you put on the screen what we're dealing with? Okay, so as Councillor Garcia has pointed out, that would have a significant material impact on the actual criteria part of the program, and that should have been dealt with previously. And what I'll ask the councillor is, would the councillor be willing to have that become part of the report to come back in 2020 at the end of 2021, 22 at the end of 22 for review? Or are you hard and fast that you want that change right now? Because then we can ask Margaret Josipovic the impact, because it is a significant material change to the overall project.
Mr. Mayor, I would like it voted on now, simply because if it comes back a year from now, we could potentially approve projects that have minimal, like 1% remediation costs as part of a project is like minimal.
Okay, so the difficulty, councillors, is that, again, as Councillor Porter had indicated, we're doing this on the fly. We've had enough time to review the criteria. We're doing this on the fly. I'm going to ask Margaret Josipovic to talk about, this isn't an insignificant development. I'll ask Margaret to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the difficulty that staff have with having a much higher minimum percentage is that you effectively chance eliminating the majority of brownfield projects that apply. So we do have the 1% limit, but we also have a minimum actual cost amount, depending on the size of the property. So if it's 0.4 hectares or greater, the minimum still has to be $100,000. So it can't be 1% of a very small project cost. By putting in the 5%, you can affect sort of those average projects because they likely wouldn't apply, but you can also affect a much larger project that can have an exorbitantly high project cost, which obviously 5% would then be a huge amount. You can also affect what we're trying to do with affordable housing for this CIP. So one of the main funding tools that a CIP project is going to look at for the operation of the units at a lower cost for 10 years is going to be that higher amount of rebate that they would be getting from the city. So if they have remediation on site, they would be eligible for a 95% rebate if they have 30% or more of affordable housing. If you raise that up to 5%, they may not be eligible for the BTIF. They may only be eligible for the TIF, and you would be decreasing that incentive amount that an affordable housing project could get, and thereby maybe not making it feasible. So while I do understand the point of trying to ensure that only true remediation projects are eligible, it has negative impacts if you do play with that scale. We have studied it pretty extensively for the last year and a half, and do think that the 1% is sort of the appropriate area for it to be.
Okay, so now you've got staff feedback, Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Margaret. May I point out that you already include 5% in the calculation, and you give points for, I think it's 1, 3, or 5. So in other words, 5 is a possibility. Rather than delaying the meeting, Mr. Mayor, what I would like to propose, if you will agree, is that we have it come back, but that we don't wait until the next year or till a year from now, that it come back, let's say in the first quarter of the year, so we can discuss it again.
So what are we looking to discuss, Councillor? The criteria has already been approved. Like we've got a criteria that we want to go to market with. So then we're going to change it midstream.
Through you, Mr. Merritt, can I just clarify something?
Yes, please.
That's a minimum requirement to qualify for the BTIF. So you don't get points. You wouldn't even qualify for the project, a BTIF project. for the remediation component.
So explain that again, Mr. Bellows.
Well, I think Councillor Garcia said you get so many points for remediation, but you wouldn't even qualify for the remediation unless you satisfy that 1% or 100,000.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Garcia.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you asked a question, so I will turn the question back to you. What did you have in mind when you said, why don't we have it come back in the next budget?
So there's a report that's annual report, and we can look at what remediation projects have been brought forward, if any, and see how the 1% threshold affects those projects. I don't think it's going to be a ginormous amount in 1 year, but we may see what kind of applications actually come in at the 1% to give us a better sight line into what that's going to look like. I fear, as Ms. Josipovic has talked about, this would put too many outside of the threshold and they'll never come in front of us at 5%.
Well, as I said before, if you do a calculation and 5% on a $10 million project is 500,000, that doesn't seem like an unusual remediation cost to me. Like 1% of 100 or 100,000, it's on a 10 million project is nothing, right?
So again, I'll go to Margaret. In developing the percentages, you weren't doing it on the back of a napkin. You're the professional. You have all the experience. No one else around this council has as much experience as you do, and Manager Bellows. Tell us again, the 1% was there because of what?
To the councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor. The 1%, as Bruce just said, is a minimum. So if a project is meeting only very, very low eligibility criteria, it likely won't qualify. What we're saying is that's what you have to even be considered. Those costs will then include other things, such as if they include the affordable housing, if they include mixed use, that 500,000 is turning into $1 million, into $2 million. And now you're building this grouping of costs that is making your project more difficult. And that's why we want to help with an incentive. We did look at past projects. We looked at projects that were approved for CIP, ones that have come in outside of the CIP program. And the 1% does seem to be what we found sort of scientifically, under quotations, to be the correct way to go.
So you've heard from staff. So we're not the experts around this table. And I think at least having it come back next year will at least give us some sight lines into what current projects may apply and how this threshold is being met. If we set it too high, we could be putting ourselves not being able to have the developments that you're looking for.
Well, obviously, I don't have the support from staff and maybe not from council, but I think even 10% is not unreasonable. But let me just finish. I will accept that, Mr. Mayor, that it comes back, but I do strongly object to the fact that I did ask for this to be voted on first. So
If you, okay, because is this it, Councillor Garcia? Like this at least gets us to an agreement that next year it'll come back as part of a report to at least look at?
okay, and that report will analyze in detail the projects that have included remediation costs in their application and explain whether that threshold was too low or it could be a lot higher.
You could do that. I would say that in the future, reach out to staff before a meeting with coming out with a number. I think that would probably be just as helpful in the future. Because we're at the goal line trying to get this across. But I think next year, if we can look at past projects and current projects, maybe it'll give you a better sight line as to why the number is actually either correct or incorrect.
Okay, well, as I said, I brought it up because I believe Councilor Phillips or somebody else brought it up, and then I thought about it. But anyway, we'll go with that.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Okay, we're still on the delegated authority, I believe, the 75. Have we voted on that one or no? Okay, so
we need to vote on that one.
Okay, so it's 75.
We're allowed to speak. I haven't spoke to it.
Okay, Councilor Harris.
I had a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. CAO there.
Yes, I'm here.
I just wanted to say, like, as delegate, when it comes to delegated authority, first I just wanted to ask, ultimately, like, what's the budget that you're in charge of altogether for the city?
Well, the
Like, just
entire
roughly,
budget, right?
yeah, the entire budget.
312 or 14 million, plus the
Okay.
water budget, plus the capital.
So what's the total, roughly?
Maybe the treasurer can, you know, I'm not in finance.
Just
but
guess for me.
I did just give you. Okay.
I guess my question is, so right now, when it comes to delegated authority, what's like your authorization limit? Like, what are you?
Okay, so this $150,000 does link back to our procurement policy and the authorities that are already delegated through the procurement policy to staff.
So I just wanted to put it in context. Like, is 150,000 out of your scope? Like, is it a little bit high, or is it
No,
well within the range?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is what is in the purchasing policy. So that is currently delegated authority to the CAO in purchasing matters. Already, that's the amount.
So it's not out of the ordinary. It's not a high amount. It's something you're comfortable with.
Correct.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Porter, then Councillor Miller, then Councillor Sorrento. Sorry.
I'm going to pass. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Miller, you're up.
Just a question. I'm Councillor Porter, who I believe already spoke on this, was convincing in what she said. I'm just curious about something Councillor Harris mentioned earlier with regards to this being a living document, and I guess related to the quagmire we were just in. You know, if we find after a year when we get this report, we as a council decide, you know what, we've delegated a lot of projects that when we look at them, Lincoln Fabrics is the best example of all from the last project, we're really not comfortable with, and they've been approved without ours, who are responsible to residents and voters and everything else, constituents, approval. Can we review it at that time, or is that going to be a reconsideration?
If you reviewed it and were planning on changing it, Councillor, it would be a reconsideration. If you leave it the way, if it's at 150 and it stays there and you're not happy, and you could ask for a reconsideration.
Okay, so I want clarification on this because I think Councillor Miller has, we've delegated the amount, but is there any mechanism that if there's something in the actual project that is concerning, whatever that may be, is there any mechanism to provide, like, I'm just want to get clarity here. It's like if we have, the example I would use is waiving of fees. We have a threshold of waiving of fees, and then staff can waive fees. But if community care comes to us and says, oh, we would like you to consider this, we can actually consider it even though we have a waiving of fee policy. If a councillor brought it forward and said, I have this issue with this project that hasn't been approved yet, but council the CAO has the authority to approve, is there not a channel that we can look at that, or no?
Yes, that's correct. So if council wish to look on the other side of things, if something comes that's that larger, it will land at council's approval side anyway. So council certainly can bring anything forward personally to me, to staff at the time they're considering it, and then discussion would occur and it would come to council one way or the other. So certainly council can always bring things forward.
So Councillor Miller, to you, I'm just trying to get clarification. I'm not trying to jump in.
No, I appreciate that. I think, I guess I'm not going to disagree with the clerk. I just think a minor revision to an approved plan, it's unfortunate that every little revision would be a reconsideration, I guess, because certainly I'd be more likely to not have to support lowering the threshold right now if I knew we had the ability to go back on this term of council and do so. Because again, I do agree with what Councillor Porter said about the pressure, and I don't want to be getting into this every single time, and I generally do trust staff, and I like, obviously I voted for them, like the program as it's laid out. So, but I'd like the authority. Again, we're ultimately responsible to 230,000 people. So, so that's, I guess, unfortunate, I would say.
Okay. So I need clarification, and I apologize because this is a bigger piece. The reconsideration to Councillor Miller would just be on the delegated authority, not on the overall criteria. So, which is a much smaller piece of the complexity of this puzzle. So if it's 75, it's fine. If it's 150 and councillors have an issue with it a year from now, that reconsideration piece, I don't think is as big of a deal as the overall CIP program. So either way, we can reconsider it if we feel that projects have gone sideways and we should have had more input. Whatever way we go, whether it's 75 or 150, I think for council's information, this would be an easier pill to discuss in the end of the year. Councillor, I gotta state my list. Councillor Sorrento and then Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of chit chat. I need a lot of discussion. I need some clarification because I have to focus on what I'm voting on here. Now, we had a long discussion about Councillor Garcia's amendments. Now we're back to Councillor Phillips' amendments. So which one are we voting on, Mr. Mayor, in order? What's coming up and what are we voting on? Because I have... Okay,
that's fine. I understand you're confused. Yep. Delegated authority, 75,000. That's what we're voting on.
Okay, and then we can speak to Councillor Garcia's amendments after too, correct?
What amendment? We've already dealt with one of them, which he's graciously allowed us to move that one to next year.
So then this is where I need the clarification, Mr. Mayor, please. So as it will stand, then in the staff recommendation, the minimum of 1% to 5% will be included in the CIP if we vote in favor of that amendment, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
No. I'll go to the clerk.
Yeah. That has been pulled. So basically there will be a report back, Councillor Garcia, on the Councillor Garcia is going to get a report back in 2021 on the remediation. So that, just don't even think about that, because what you're doing now is you're looking at the cap, the delegated authority. If Rebecca will move that up, the motion you're voting on right now is for, I believe, delegated authority for the CAO, correct?
Okay, yes, that's what we're doing, but we're looking at the amended piece first, which is Councillor Phillips right there. So that's what we're doing, the highlighted piece right there, and it's 75,000. Okay, so take out the 150 and leave it at 75. Let's vote on it.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, before we vote, I realize that the CAO's allowed to make decisions based on $150,000. However, and I don't know if this applies, I realize that in this situation, whether it be $150,000 a year or $75,000 a year shouldn't really apply because basically it's over 10 years. So she is not making a decision on 75,000 or 100,000. She's actually making a decision on 750,000 or 1.5 million over the term of the program, the project. So it's not, to me, it's outside of the purview. I don't know if that applies, but to me, it does.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So folks, we're at 75. 75.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just again for clarity, Councillor Garcia also asked for the same thing, the cap at 75, correct? Or is it two different things?
I think two different things.
It's a different thing, Madam Clerk, because what I was asking for the cap is something that Councillor Townsend brought up, that annual payments on any project be capped at 75,000 or therefore 750 over the 10 years. Now, obviously, as the mayor has pointed out, there may be a specific exception required and there's a way to get it to council, but I think there should be a cap in terms of what we approved annually in a project, which turns out to be 10 times that.
Okay, can we not confuse things, please?
No,
Let's
trying
just
not
go with
to.
the one highlighted right now,
Yes.
which is Councillor Phillips.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Okay, the vote. Mike's on.
No.
Councillor Littleton,
No.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
No.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
No.
Councillor Cisco,
No.
Councillor Sorrento,
No.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
No.
And that's carried.
Okay, so now the annual cap.
Yeah, thank you.
And again, you've heard from staff. We're now putting caps on things, and as a council, understand what our job is. Let's listen to staff. Call the question.
Sorry, point of clarification.
Point of order.
Yeah. Oh,
Go ahead, Councilor Miller.
just clarification. It says payments. I assume we're talking about the rebates, the property tax rebates. Is that what we're
I'll
talking?
ask Councillor Garcia. Good question.
Yes, yes. I'm sorry, I called it payments, but I called it payments because they are a rebate. We're paying back the taxes.
Okay, yeah. Just to clarify which program, which program we're talking. We're not talking about the grants. We're talking about the tax incentives.
Right, right. And
Okay.
and sorry, Mr. Mayor, you just said something I wanted to clarify, but I lost it there. But I used the 70. Oh yes, I wanted to ask Ms. Josipovich. My understanding is that many municipalities, if not most, have annual caps.
Through you to the council, through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, do you mean an annual cap of what council and staff approve, or just a maximum of what staff approve?
Of what either approves, what the maximum payment on a program is per year.
It varies from municipality to municipality depending on how they actually budget for CIP. The reason we didn't go in the direction of a cap was obviously to leave that flexibility to council in case you do have projects that do come in a little bit higher, and also to allow for fluctuation in the program. So you may have maybe next year when you don't know, because of COVID or future impacts of COVID, when you might not have as many projects come in. So let's say you only approve 25,000 in new approvals, and the following year when it's sort of ramping up and you have new projects coming, you're looking at 200,000. Because of the way that the budget would even out, it's not actually more of a hit, but you've capped yourself to not be able to maybe approve some high quality projects because you've put a number to it. The way that we wanted to handle it was that the staff delegation be approved to everything that doesn't impact the funding model that we've given. So if we have to be adding in excess of money into the reserve based on what we're approving, then it has to go to council, and you can control how much extra has to be put in, so that it's sort of the budget controls itself. I do think it's a little bit tricky when you do put in a cap, because you can really limit yourself with the type of projects that are coming in. And then it does remove that certainty from applicants coming in, because they don't know who else is applying with them. So should they count on CIP as an option for them when they develop?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor or Margaret, but through you to Ms. Josipovich, maybe the writing is not correct. Like, I didn't mean a cap on everything. I meant a cap per project, and that's not written down there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, was that not Councillor Phillips for the delegated approval, or did you just mean to extend that to all per project caps?
Yes, that I meant per
Okay.
project cap, not just the staff's approval level.
I
But
see,
the
okay.
fact that we wouldn't approve projects, individual projects that require more than 75,000 in rebates.
I
per
see, okay.
project. Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, a point of clarification. I believe Rebecca corrected me. I believe I said that last motion was carried. It actually lost. So I can repeat who voted. So I made an error. I apologize.
Okay, we're on to Councilor Garcia's right now.
Okay, so if you were looking at a total, a maximum project approval of the 75 a year, that does sort of compromise how the incentive is really designed. Then you're not basing it on the future assessment. You're basing it on sort of a maximum number, and it acts more like a simple grant, like the 10,000 for a facade, rather than an incentive that's based on your tax rebate. So that is a little bit tricky to administer from our end, and it does really limit you for the types of projects that you can approve, because we've had some that have been much lower, we've had some that have been higher so far. So I would expect that you would have projects that would come in higher than that.
Okay, and then they could come to council if required, right?
I think if you're putting a maximum cap on it as part of the plan, I think it would be a reconsideration, and the clerk can correct me there. I think the discussion was that if you are giving delegation for a certain amount, then that's something that could come back to council without reconsideration.
Okay, you're done, Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Porter, thank you for your questions. Councilor Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. Through you to the mover. Councilor Garcia, where did you come up with this number? Like just tonight, the $75,000? It seems to fly in the face of the rest of the program. And it's not in the same spirit and it doesn't have the same intent, and it's not what we moved earlier this evening. Can you just explain?
Thank you, Councilor Porter. Just a point of clarification for the clerk. Are we allowed to ask each other's questions here?
For clarity, you can, if
Okay.
she's asking it, because it's your amendment.
Okay, thank you. I came up with that, Councilor Porter, for two reasons. Because Councilor Townsend had brought up the fact that many municipalities have caps, and that protects the municipality in terms of limits, so that we don't go above certain levels. And the 75,000 I used to tie in with the motion that Councilor Phillips had in terms of the authority to be delegated. So I thought it was a good number.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Garcia. Mayor Stanzik, through you to the Director of Planning, do we not already have a cap on this program? The staff have capped this by 5%, meaning that if I'm a developer and say I'm developing a large brownfield and I go to MPAC to get like the potential assessment of my future project, and it comes in at say this will be assessed at $40 million. I develop it and it comes in at $100 million, but it's capped. So the city already benefits because we've put that 5% cap on. Am I correct? So that's actually the cap. There's a cap on this program.
That's correct. Through the mayor to the councillor, that is correct. There is a sunset clause in this plan of 5% over the initial assessment.
So if we cap this at $75,000 and we approved like a major CIP project, we could actually, if I was a developer, I probably wouldn't go ahead with this. And we could actually be losing future tax revenue because we've capped it at like such a small amount. Is that my understanding correct?
Sorry, Councillor, it cut out a little. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, if we capped this with like a dollar figure like this could mean that a major brownfield redevelopment either likely wouldn't go ahead, or it wouldn't go ahead and we'd lose future revenue. I like, in your mind, the 5% cap that we've put on this, between like the possible, I don't know what you call that, MPAC, you get an assessment when you're doing the development and submitting a CIP application. You go to MPAC and say, this is what I'm proposing. What do you think the future assessment is going to be? MPAC gives you like a proposal, but it could change, and it usually goes up. So I think this is where the city's been caught before, because the assessments come back and they're way over what MPAC had originally projected, but we're putting a cap on it. So we could actually do very well, is what I'm saying, with the 5% cap today. The city could do very well with the way you've designed the program.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. So we have put that sort of safety cap, let's say, of the 5% to ensure that we don't end up in a situation that's a little bit outside our control as far as budgeting. Putting on a specific cap per project kind of takes away from the whole design of the program. If we're saying you get a 95% rebate if you're affordable housing and you have remediation, you're not really getting that 95% back then. If you're putting a cap on it of the 75K, let's say, you might only be getting 40% depending on what your project is. So it does sort of compromise, I would say, the integrity of the way that the incentives were designed and calculated. And the way that our funding model was really meant to be used is that the council is the cap. So you do get to decide how much you want to spend per project once it gets above that 150 that's delegated to staff, and you get to decide that every year. And I really do want to reiterate that it is a fluid program and that it fluctuates year by year. So it is very limiting if you have no applications one year and 10 the next year, that you may be eliminating very valuable projects just because they applied in one calendar year versus another.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I got Councillor Phillips.
No, I have no questions, Councillor or Mayor.
Sorry, I saw your hand up. Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a clarification. Are we splitting up these two amendments? So the first one with the annual cap and then the report?
The report's already done.
Okay.
We've already done it's only the highlighted. It's only the highlighted.
Oh, okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on this one? I think we've heard very clearly from staff that there's some pitfalls on this, and again, I just bringing stuff on the day of like this, I'll just go for the vote. I hope council votes correctly on this one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Littleton.
No.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Porter.
No.
Councillor Cisco.
No.
Councillor Sorrento.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
No.
And that's lost.
Okay. So again, very good debate, and want to move on to the last piece, which I believe is the overall delegation. And that's the final section. Is there anything on this one? Had a very thorough discussion. This is putting this in the hands of the people that should belong in, which is the Director of Planning, CAO, and reporting back to council. Okay, we good? I'll look to the clerk to call the question.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, point of just a question, point of order. I see that the accessory dwelling unit program is still included in this. What, should
Yeah,
that
good
still be
point.
in there?
Nope, strike that part out, please.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Eagle eyes, Townsend. Okay, call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
No.
Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
No.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
and Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so we're at 10 after 10. I'll say thanks to the staff. We got to get through these projects. So 3.3, which is, and it may be snowing out for all we know. This is how long we've been talking about this.
Not for a while, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, be careful what you say. It's November. It's a winter storm event, temporary on-street parking prohibition. We call on John Kukalis, manager of operations, to present this prior to the discussion. And he said it's only a couple minutes and it's not going to be snowing by the time we're done this one, hopefully. If it does start snowing, we blame John.
There you go. Okay, I'm just going to switch to share screen here.
All right, welcome. Good to see you. I don't know if everybody knows John, but this is John, manager of operations. And if we had more time, I'd say, take a couple minutes to tell us a bit about yourself, but we're coming up on, so we're going to get you at a different one, okay?
Perfect. There. Is everybody seeing the screen, or are they still?
Oh, are you kidding me? That's the worst thing you can put up right now. It's snow. That's me spinning out on St. Paul Street.
Okay, so let me get into full mode. Okay. Just get into full PowerPoint mode. Okay, should have full screen mode then on your end. So we good to go? Okay, thank you. So again, unfortunately, well, I guess fortunately it's not like that. But we're going to have to talk about this shortly because not all this can do is doctors. So again, tonight I'm not going to go over all of the content in the two reports that are before you, but what I'm going to try to do is give you a better understanding how on-street parking limits the effectiveness of operations, give you an overview of your road network, and talk a little bit about a proposed priority route system. Talk a bit about climate change and how that impacts what we're doing, and review options to address regulations and expectations. So the first thing we're going to talk about is winter parking, and this has been an issue around here in reviewing your files since 2010. The council seems to have come to grips with the sort of system it would like. It's looked at them and thought about, well, temporary event-based parking seems to fit our community well. But there's still, I think, some hesitation to enact this, and I don't think we've done a good job of giving you a feeling for why this is so important. So what we're going to do is show you a video. We can't put on a truck, but we can bring a truck to you. So this is about 30 seconds. This is Ellis Avenue behind the fire hall off Hartzell Road. So that's the end of it. And I guess just the last point of order on this one, or point to note, is that a lot of times that's actually what it looks like when guys are there driving, guys and gals. So again, the takeaway we want you to understand from winter parking is that parking prohibitions, regardless of what fund it is, the most effective measure you can institute to improve efficiency in your operations. And the other thing we want to note was that we can spend a lot of money on technology investments and optimization, and they're nullified, not entirely, but to a large extent if you don't deal with parking prohibitions. So operations in your system, what are we dealing with? So at a real high level, this is what you have. You have a system of 550 kilometers of main routes. You have about 20 response areas covering 9,600 hectares. In terms of compliance, key documents you need to be mindful of are the provincial maintenance standards, and they set out the requirements and timeframes for mitigation. And then you have two pieces of legislation. One is the employment standards at work hours, but more for our purposes, it's the provincial CVOR driver time regulation. And what they do is set out regular what they do is they set out times that we can have drivers in the trucks. And I guess the point to note here is regular winter operations are not exempt. There are exemptions under ESA for emergencies, but emergencies both under ESA and under CVOR don't constitute your regular operation. So a lack of planning on our part constitute an emergency essentially. So this is a broad overview. If you look, this is your priority road networks to mains. And there's about 555 kilometers here. And again, if you look at this, the province breaks up these roads into three separate classes. So from a provincial perspective, these are your 2, 3, and 4 roads. And I guess we'll come back to this point later, but the thing to keep in mind when you look at extended network is the expectations of current users today are a lot broader when these were constructed. So one of the main changes we have with deployment is right now we have 5 geographic areas in St. Catharines that we have patrol and monitor during winter weather conditions. And right now we have really, if you take a look, a good example would be at the top left-hand corner. You're going by DeQ and very steep up in there. You've also got Burley Hill over here. So
can you try turning off your video because you're breaking up on this slide.
Just
turn off your video and see
if that helps. Okay.
You guys got to get better Wi-Fi at the yard, eh?
Yeah, we don't know why my videos. Hold on. We're just trying to.
It's because Daryl's using all the bandwidth.
Yeah, maybe. Just bear with me.
Turn off your video, Daryl.
Okay.
No one wants to see me, Mr. Mayor.
No, I can't. Where's the turn off setting on here, Daryl?
All right, keep going, John. Just keep going.
Okay. It's not coming up on full screen.
No, that's why you're not. You've got to go off full screen.
There you go. There you go. I'll turn off so I don't sigh.
We could try run on this. Try that.
No, I'm gonna have to keep going.
Okay. We're gonna go. Okay. So we're back to full screen. Everybody can see full screen?
Yeah, it's showing snowfall.
Yeah, okay. We're back at, so we finished main roads. Okay. Okay. So there, we're back. Can everybody see the priority road screen?
Yes.
Okay. So your key takeaways here are rather than continuing to patrol and treat isolated sections throughout your municipality, we've linked up all of these spots to form a priority patrol network and a sort of a backbone that will maintain 24/7 during winter operations. And that's really going to provide quite a servicing improvement and is really not going to cost significant dollars. It's a good bang for the buck to offset some of the other things we're going to talk about later. So again, rather than driving out to isolated areas, they're going to patrol and treat the roads and keep these backbones in traveling condition throughout the winter. So the next thing we're going to take a look at is climate change really quickly. And if you take a look at the left-hand side, or pardon me, the right-hand side of the screen, if you look at the normal snowfall for St. Catharines, you're about 4 feet a year. And again, last year we were a little bit off that, a little bit less. Your mean temperature is just a little bit below 0. And last year we were a little bit above that. So let's see what that means practically, because we talk a lot about the theoretics of climate change, but this is sort of a practical exercise to give you a feeling. So if we look at the blue line on this graph on the top, I don't know if you can see my cursor at all there,
but the blue line represents your snowfall and your 30-year average. So if you see, it starts out mid-October, we've got snowfall, peaks into January, then gradually falls off to April. So it's just a nice smooth curve, very predictable. Similarly, if we look at the bottom graph, temperatures in the blue, we start out in October and we gradually fall. It's pretty consistent till we peak at a low of around -4 or 5 on average in January. And then again, we go into the thaw in April. So the red is last year, and we could have picked any year, but they're all slightly different. And we picked last year simply because everybody can probably remember it a lot better. So green arrow just should have flown into the screen. And if you look at that in the top, what that green arrow represents is in red, where it's pointing to is the snowfall we had in November. So in November of last year, we had approximately double the snowfall we would normally get in a November. And again, in and of itself, that's not a sort of an issue. But if you look below, we also had a sudden drop in temperature again. We dropped down below our norm again by about 50%. So we go, okay, there's a one-off. Well, what does that do to us operationally? When we look where the second arrow dropped in, it's really the trend. So if we follow through from the first green arrow to the second green arrow, if you look, we fought 3 months, we sort of had snowfall that was just more or less continuous. It never rose, it never peaked, never dropped. We go down below and we look at the temperature. Well, we had the sudden drop of temperature. Temperature flattened out in December. And then all the way across, if we look into mid-January, it really never dropped below 0 on average. So what this means is rather than dealing with snowfall, we fought successive cycles of snowfall and freeze thaw. And those are very intensive events on your manpower, your equipment, and your materials. They're hard to respond to, and you have to re-intend many times. So then, again, when we should have been downscaling, we should have had sort of a drop and a gradual warming. In February, we had the bulk of our snowfall for the year. And again, the difficulty here we had was temperatures did drop a little bit if you look at the bottom of the graph, but then they rapidly in February rose. And again, so we had this time large snowfalls and freeze thaw cycles again. Very hard to sort of plan for. So the takeaway here is winter weather is less stable, frequent freeze thaw cycles, shorter but more frequent snowfall events. Weather patterns are making winter operations precarious, prolonged, and resource intensive. That's a lot different than it used to be. So do you have options? Yes, you have options. So your first option is you can do nothing. Again, the problem with that option is if you look back, your standards from 2011 don't address how provincial minimum maintenance standards can be achieved while complying with the new provincial regulatory limits on driving hours. So that's not really going to help anybody. Second option you have, could we add resources to increase the response for all roads? Well, you could. But again, if you remember the map, and I said we'd get to it later on the road network, you've got a different user base now. So if you want to try and put all your resources into the roads, you're going to divert away from other emerging priorities and expectations. Users now, we're looking at sidewalks, crosswalks, bike lanes, and those sort of uses. So again, I don't think that's really viable. So what we're recommending is that we right-size winter operations. And from our perspective, what that means is we try to balance the response that, based on risk, climate, and available resources. So what does that look like? In our mind, this is what it looks like. Replacing your 2011 standards with new standards that comply with your current provincial requirements for road type. Schedule your winter operational hours to ensure you can have a sustained response that can be delivered that will also comply with your restrictions. And in pursuit of the compliance 1 and 2, enact your parking bylaw amendments. And then the last thing, we don't want to be sitting here 10 years from now in the same situation where there's been a divergence in what you can deliver and what your standards say. So we really want to start monitoring the compliance and bringing it back to council every year to talk about what we achieved, what we didn't achieve, and changes we can make for next year. So what does sustained response look like? And really that's what we're trying to go for, is a consistent and sustainable response to your citizens. It means that during your regular work hours, we're going to limit our days
on our road systems to 13 hours. And after 8 p.m. at night, we're going to default into those priority routes. And that's what we're going to work on overnight. We're going to limit the staff that come in overnight just to maintain that backbone network. And then in the morning, we can start at 4 a.m. if we get an overnight snowfall and come in on the mains and designated secondaries. And I guess if you do this, you're going to get no complaints, right? No, here's what we anticipate your criticisms are going to be. Still too many resources devoted to roads. You're at the flip side, you're going to have some people are going to say you don't have enough resources devoted to roads, particularly on the low volume collector roads. While they're not your highest liability roads, they generally generate the most complaints. Parking fines are going to be an issue, and again, the burden to find temporary parking. That's what we think the sort of high-level criticisms are going to be. So tried to be brief, and that's all I have in here, and answer any questions.
Councillor Sorrento, you're up. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions for Director Smith or Mr. Koulis. The report refers to weekly hours and daily hours. Did you want to comment on that in terms of staff reaching maximum hours within a shorter period of time and affecting service if we have a major snowfall? Director Smith?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll start and maybe John can jump in at the end. So we are required under the two pieces of legislation that John referenced were the Employment Standards Act and the Highway Traffic Act. They're two different provincial legislations, regulations, but they both impact our ability to field staff. So under the Employment Standards Act and the Highway Traffic Act, the maximum number of hours that we can have an employee drive is going to be 13 hours in a day. The only time that changes is if we declare a significant weather event under the minimum maintenance standard and the Highway Traffic Act, and that will allow us to get 16 hours in a day out of the staff. What has to happen and what we do is we keep a log of the staff's driving hours. So not only is there the daily hours, there is a weekly maximum, and the weekly maximum is 70 hours. So when they hit 70 hours, we have to give them a 24-hour reset. That is required by law. That is not negotiable. It is not dependent on any emergency declaration. We have no choice. So what happens is we will get times where we will get multiple events, multiple freeze-thaw cycles in a week. And because we've maxed out drivers' hours, we actually will not be able to have a full complement of staff out on the roads dealing with the storm. I don't know, John, if there's anything else that you would like to add.
No, just that I think what we're trying to do here is, again, freeze thaws, and these sorts of extreme weather conditions. What constitutes an emergency traditionally to us is not necessarily an emergency from a regulatory perspective. And I think the director really outlined sort of, an extreme weather event is something that's coming out of a provincial definition. It's not something we can control. So we're trying to format our schedule so that we're sustainable and repeatable. And again, we still have the ability to use those extreme events, but from a regulatory compliance perspective, we have to be able to review what weather patterns we're expecting, looking our staff contingent, and what we have in plan for that. And again, we can't. We have those limits. We have to respect them, except in very exceptional circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the director, or to Mr. Koulis. I'm sorry, forgot getting mixed up on your last name. Now, I think at one point in time, Director Smith, we used to have a contract to have subcontractors on call. And I believe the report says that is no longer in effect. So how would that affect snow removal in our community with regard to subcontractors if they go out and do other jobs because we can't retain them? Can you speak to that, please?
Certainly. So the standby pay for contractors was removed prior to my coming here. But generally standby pay works in that the contractor will guarantee that they will have resources available, and if they can't meet those resources, they forfeit their standby pay. So there's a bit of a carrot and a stick there to get them to come in. Without the standby pay, we have an equipment list of contractors that we use, that Director Douglas's staff through purchasing help us put together every year, but there is no requirement that the contractor comes in. All of the municipalities in the Niagara region all use contractors, and the contractors that we use are all on everybody's list. So it's almost first come, first serve. There are times we will call for contractors, and we'll be lucky to get 5 or 6 pieces of equipment to come in. That's just the reality of the situation that we're dealing with. Again, because there's no penalty to them for not responding to our contract, there's actually they'll go where they get the work to start.
Okay, so that would dovetail, thank you, and Mr. Mayor, to Director Smith, that would dovetail perfectly
Councillor
into.
Sorrento, I just have to get a motion for extension for a half hour. Councillor Cisco, Councillor Miller, all in favor? That's carried. Councillor Cisco, Councillor Sorrento, can you move it along, please?
Yeah, I can. So equipment, I'll cut it down to 2 final questions, Mr. Mayor, out of the 5. So equipment rentals, Director Smith versus purchasing the equipment in terms of how it would affect the level of service. Then can you just speak to that very quickly?
Well, we have a limited number of city resources that we can put out on the road. We have tried to right size the fleet, so we rely on equipment rentals to help deliver our program. So obviously, as previously, when that equipment is not available through other contracts, it does impact our ability to deliver the program.
Okay, and then the ice mitigation is a new category, as I understand it. And would this require a change to the budget?
So we don't anticipate, through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't anticipate any change to the budget at this point. This is a way to avoid budget increases going forward. As John has mentioned, it's trying to be sustainable and repeatable and maximize the use of our resources while understanding the limitations of our resources and the fact that we're not going to be able to treat every single road the same. We're not going to be able to treat, a small cul-de-sac the same as Ontario Street, nor should we. And that's what we're trying to do here.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for the reports, for all the reports tonight. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Miller, you're up.
I'll try to be really brief. Just again, as you noted in the presentation, the secondary roads we already hear about under the current plan, this moves the targets back. I'm just curious, will the minimum, practically speaking, do we see actually being faster than the targets, or we think that's pretty spot on? For example, 36 hours for a dead end secondary road.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll start and then I'll let John finish. So one of the things that we did not have in our 2011 levels of service was an end time for getting to cul-de-sacs. So we could have met the start time for getting into cul-de-sacs and still not be through them in 2 or 3 days. What we have here is we have what we think is a target time frame that will provide some consistency for the people on secondary roads so they'll know what to expect storm after storm. And with that, I'll turn it over to John to see if he has anything else to add.
Yeah, through you to the councillor. What we've notionally done is again, there hasn't been a lot of forensic analysis done on your winter operations to date. So I've done the best I can, but a lot of it's anecdotal. And what I've tried to do is look in the last couple of years at your average snowfalls when you get a snowfall event. And, notionally, if we get a fairly, predictable storm, which we do get sometimes, we should be able to get in and get your cul-de-sacs and your secondary roads done
in essentially a 24-hour time frame. So not the first day, but the second day. The first day on the primaries, the second day into the secondaries and the cul-de-sacs. What's going to affect that is the timing of it. A considerable challenge here is the fact that we do have manpower sort of restrictions and limits in the collective agreement. And a lot of how fast we deliver this depends on how many staff members come and respond to a call out. If I can get 2 days in a row and the schedule and the snowfall falls so that it's in weekdays, and I can get a full complement of 21 pieces of equipment out there 2 days in a row and 5 contracted vehicles in there, we can easily get that cleaned up in 24 hours. But if I get it on a weekend when there's a really good football game, for example, maybe not. Maybe we will be closer to the 36 when it comes to the cul-de-sacs. But I think what is important to note is, we're going to at least have a good shot and a good base and performance into the secondary through roads by then, because that's sort of the operations. We get the through roads in, get them cleared, so we're at least close by. So while it may not make the person so happy directly on the dead end road, they're at least going to be a lot safer if we have that sort of secondary through road network opened up.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I just know that's going to be a conversation we're going to be having a lot. My only other question, I'll try to be quick, is I noticed salt is mentioned a lot in here. Are we still considering, and we not only salt, we know the environmental issues, but I think we ran out of salt a couple of years ago. Are we still looking into or considering, if we approve this plan year to year, are we going to consider more sustainable? I know it's more expensive, but more environmentally sustainable, maybe more readily available substances to treat the roads?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did bring a report back to the Budget Standing Committee. I think it was late last year with respect to the salt alternatives. And at that point, it was not recommended. However, we can continue to look at alternatives as new technologies become available. That's something we would do anyway, just as a good management approach to the program. We still use salt. We still are tied into the region's supply of salt through the regional tender. So we do work to manage the salt usage and to manage the salt demand. We do have contingencies plans in place if salt becomes scarce, as it has a couple of years since I've been here. Fortunately, we've yet to have to actually go into our full contingency plan for low salt.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. That's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
And Councilor Miller, Councilor Littleton.
I just have a really quick question. Was any consideration given to areas or streets that might have older adult centers, or I know in Merritt we have the Merritt Legion on that, on Chestnut. Did we give any consideration to this?
Sure. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a second, like a designated secondary routes, but essentially at this point, they're really focusing on school zones, hospitals, those types of facilities. So those have not been identified as a subset.
Could we?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can take a look at that. I'm not sure. We would have to take that into consideration and how it impacts the overall ability to respond, but we can certainly take a look at that.
And as a follow-up to that, I think putting it in the context that if we have a significant snowfall of that nature, I think for the first 48 hours, we would expect people to stay off the roads and not go to community centers or legions or other places. That's why priorities would be schools and hospitals. But I think if we show that publicly, and we also condition people that give us 48 hours to clean off the streets, and if you have events at certain locations, you may have to cancel them for that period of time. But I think, Darryl, to Director Smith, these incidences that happen, if you average them out over a winter, it's like 7 times, 5 times. I think that would be a good information to have.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it's we average about 5 significant snowfall events a year at this point.
Right.
It just from the way that the climate has changed.
So I think put that into context of the winter. If people understand that they will be displaced for, upwards of 5 to 6 snow events. We're living in COVID. I think it's teaching us how to live in a different way. So maybe that's an opportunity to educate a bit more. I don't see any further questions. So we have the first motion on the screen, and this is related to the first one that we talked about. So this is the snow parking. The image that we had of the trucks going through the street, I wish we can show that on repeat in certain channels, because it really does show how slowly the trucks have to go in the middle of the night down roads trying to navigate. Us day folks don't understand the pressures that our drivers have to go at 1 o'clock in the morning as they try to navigate through a snowstorm. So this is a good opportunity for us to educate more on getting the parking off the streets as much as possible during a major snow event. Councillor Littleton is moving it. Councillor Cisco is seconding it. To the clerk, let's call the roll.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Harris.
Yeah.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
A wintry yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, the next one is pretty much the report that John and Daryl are just taking us through. And this is about winter service levels. So we're gonna, as Councillor Miller, I think aptly noted, we're gonna have a lot of comments and a lot of education around this one as well. Do we have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Garcia, thank you. Councillor Phillips, thank you. Okay. So let's just first say, we're not gonna have any major snow events this year, so we don't have to do this. That's the first one. And then I'll call the question. Thank you to the staff for pulling this together.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge. Councillor Dodge, yes. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
What's the name of that monster in the they're up north? What are they? It's the Christmas one where Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer's up north. What's the name of that?
The abominable snow monster.
That's good. Okay. Motion to ratify forthwith recommendations. We have a motion that council adopt these items forthwith by general committee of Monday, November 9th, 2020. Moving this is Councillor Dodge. Councillor Phillips is seconding it. These are just the recommendations forthwith. All in favor? All right, it's carried. And then we have two we have to get to that we would like to get to tonight. One is the motions. This is the Merritt Trail enhancements. And so Councillor Littleton, the floor is over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to just keep my comments as brief as I can after I read this. The motion is, whereas the first Welland Canal opened for a trial run on November the 30th, 1829, after 5 years of construction, which means it will celebrate its 200th anniversary in 2029. And whereas remnants of the first and second Welland Canals flow through Merritton and other portions of the city. And whereas the 2019 capital budget outlined that the highest priority locations for the first and second Welland Canals are located in Merritton, namely locks 6, 7, and 9 in what is currently referred to as Canal Valley. And whereas further work, including identifying the historical value and mapping the ultimate state of the historical assets of the first and second Welland Canals, could be done in conjunction with various city departments and members of the community. And whereas the city of St. Catharines declared a climate emergency in 2019, And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the need to be able to be outdoors in order to exercise and experience the city. And whereas many people, not just those who are environmentally conscious, are looking for alternative ways to travel around their city other than in automobiles. And whereas upgrading our trail system presents a unique opportunity to make significant sustainable improvements in the area for generations to come. Be it therefore resolved that staff be directed to upgrade the parks policy plan. Oops, we're missing a piece. Is it at the bottom? I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Can you bring it up again? Oh, okay, sorry. We had to move it. Which one? I'll read that. That council endorsed, no, we'll go up. Apologies. Look, it was flowing so well. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to upgrade the parks policy plan trails by November 30th, 2021 in order to create an overarching strategy for trail creation, maintenance, and connectivity throughout the entire city, providing there's sufficient ISIP funding. If not, an alternative funding source, if needed, will be considered and brought back to council for consideration. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to prepare terms of reference for a Merritt Trail Connectivity Project Task Force to include a representative of the cycling community, a representative from the city's Accessibility Advisory Committee, a representative of the Queenston Neighbors or Fitzgerald Neighbors community groups, a representative of the Recreation Master Plan Advisory Committee, and a representative from the Transportation Advisory Committee, plus both Merritt councillors and one other city councillor, tasked with finding creative ways of connecting the Merritt Trail through the city and potentially raising funds for trail improvements to be matched by the Parks Legacy Project up to $50,000. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to prepare terms of reference for a 2029 Welland Canals Project Task Force consisting of 3 residents of St. Catharines, a representative of the Heritage Advisory Committee, a local community or noted expert on Welland Canals history, a representative from Brock University who has extensive knowledge about the subject, a representative of the city's Public Art Advisory Committee, both Merritt councillors and 2 city councillors, tasked with creating an overall plan on how to better showcase the old first and second Welland canals, including both current exposed and buried locks, wayfinding signs, public art, lookout points, and liaising with other community groups to be identified, and which are currently working to attain National Historic status for the first Welland Canal. I'm asking to vote on that, and then I moved the last portion here that council endorsed the senior staff recommendation in report FMS 1-146-2020 that 2021 capital budget 4-year forecast and asset management status that the city apply for Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program ISIP funding to connect and improve the Merritt Trail along other listed trails in the report. That is to defer to budget committee. So I'm asking for that to be deferred to budget committee. So I'm going to just really talk, that's a long one, but it's trying to outline exactly what we're trying to do. And so when I say we, I mean Councillor Porter and I have been working on this for quite some time. I ran on one of the things I wanted to do was connect the Merritt Trail. So we created a group and started talking about these things and what we could do. And trails really came to be very important. If you live in the area, you'll have probably stumbled along the trail at some point and then got stuck and didn't know where you needed to go. And I think having, especially COVID this year, you've seen how important being outside is. Every time I'm around the city, just take the last couple of days, for example, number of people running on trails, walking on trails, biking on trails. This is something that we need to do for our city. You don't know where you're going currently, and that's one of the points that we want to have the wayfinding. Also, people take a look at, I was in the Netherlands, and I'm going to apologize. I know it's getting late, and my thoughts are all jumbled, as I'm sure everybody's are. But I was in the Netherlands a year ago, and everyone talks about the Netherlands and their bicycle networks, but that wasn't an accident. They created that. And we have the opportunity right now. And this is why the ISIP funding motion is getting moved to budget committee, because staff is asking for the significant amount of money, which we don't know what that money amount is going to be. And that has to come forward to budget committee. We have the opportunity right now, though, to decide. Every decision we make is we are creating a city. We are building the city that we want. And right now, I think we're at that pivotal time where we can say bicycles are important. When I was in Delft in Amsterdam, they have a bicycle parking station, like we have the Carlisle car park. They have that, but for bicycles. We could build that. It's our decisions to do that. And I think that this pandemic has showed us that we really need to get on this. We could transform the city and the trail network that we have. And it starts with a little piece in Merritt. Very quickly about the Welland Canals. So obviously the other counselor that we need to sit on these committees is Council Porter, because we've been working on this. But the other part is the Welland Canals. I lived here for probably 7 years before I went for a run and stumbled on the old Welland Canals. And I said, what is this? I didn't know after years of living here that we had this treasure really running through the middle of the city. And I know a lot of people in the community, they map it, they take hikes, they offered walks for people. People are very interested in this. And I think that we really need to start looking forward at that 200th anniversary on what we can do to really showcase this and really preserve what we can preserve and highlight what else is there. And that's why we're going to pull together those task force to do that work. So that's all I'm going to say on that. I hope everyone supports this. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So there you got a long motion, a lot of action in there. Do we have to have a discussion, or are we all good with it as council? Looks like we're all good. Councilor Garcia, got a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly support this. Just two quick questions. When we talk about the ISIP funding that will be considered, I say the wording is connect and improve the Merritt Trail. Hopefully when we say improve, that funding for some lock restoration could be considered, because you don't want to have a trail walking past something that looks like a dump and totally uncared for. So I'm asking that the budget committee, when they look at this, they consider whether some restoration is possible as well as part of this funding. And the second point or question I wanted to make is there is at the end of the when we talk about the task force, we talk about better showcase the old first and second Welland canals. I want to make sure that we add the third canal to that, because lock one of the third canal is in Port de Lucie right as you drive in, and it's in relatively good condition. It certainly could be improved, but we mustn't miss that lock, and we didn't talk about the third canal.
Okay, I'll look to the mover. Is there any comments on that?
I think that we can, I mean, obviously the plan is to showcase whatever we can showcase. I'm not a locks expert. I don't pretend to be an expert on the Welland canals. And so I think that that would be what we're looking for from the community, to really bring forward and say, this is where it is. This is what we need to do. So I'm sure if that's a major lock, then that's something that would be included. But we did want to keep the scope, like, we don't want to look at the canal that they're currently using right now. We have no interest in right now looking at that. So.
Okay. Okay, so call a question. Thank you, Councillor Littleton.
Stop it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried.
Okay, so we got another one coming up. We just got to try and get through this. Councillor Cisco, it calls for notice of motion. You want to get this on the table quickly?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's a motion related to some news that came out this weekend about additional restrictions that the province, or sorry, that the region was looking to bring in.
Okay, Rebecca, can we get it on the screen? Do you have it, Rebecca?
It was sent in today.
Yeah, it's not additional resources. I don't think that's what it is. Is it additional resources?
Yep, that looks, yes.
Okay.
With respect to COVID restrictions. So I'm hoping that council would be willing to waive the rules and deal with this evening, as I know that these potential additional restrictions on local businesses could be put in place very soon. And I think we need to make sure that our message is carried up to the region that.
Okay, so if we can quickly waive and the reason being, I got a public health meeting tomorrow. So I'd like to bring this up at public health tomorrow afternoon. And this is really about what sounds to be some bad actors who are, the enforcement is not taking place as quickly through NRP and public health. And I want to be able to bring this up with council support tomorrow. So can we waive the rules first? Okay, Councillor Townsend.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to declare a conflict on this, currently employed in this industry.
Okay,
Thank
you. Good. Waiving the rules, Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Cisco. All in favor of waiving the rules? See all the hands up. Okay. And now the motion's on the floor. And Councillor Cisco.
Just to speak briefly to it, Mr. Mayor, and you said it well, there have been some issues, obviously, but the actual enforcement of the rules that currently exist hasn't been happening. And because in the bar and restaurant industry, a lot of the concerns happen after hours, it is on the region and specifically through the NRP to deal with those enforcement issues. They haven't been doing that. And through the standard this weekend, we learned that the region is looking at adding additional restrictions due to the COVID pandemic over and above what the province has instituted by putting Niagara on the yellow list of municipalities. And then, so the motion is basically asking the region, please just enforce the provincial regulations properly. Don't add additional regulations, because what it would serve to do is just disadvantage the businesses that have been following the rules, that have been doing all the things they need to do, the contact tracing and everything else, and haven't been doing anything wrong, but because of some bad actors, not just in our community, but in others, they're going to be punished, and that's not fair. Additional regulations would serve to further disincentivize people from going out to businesses like restaurants.
Okay. I don't see any hands up.
Yes.
Who has hands up? Sorry.
Councillor Kushner, Councillor Garcia.
Sorry, I can't see them. Is their videos on or no? Councillor Kushner, your video's not on. There you are.
Yes, I'll declare conflict also, Mr. Mayor.
You're on a conflict. Councillor Garcia? Quickly.
No, I don't have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, your hand's up. Sorry. Your hand icon is still up. My apologies. Okay, so I'll call a question on this one to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so report requests. We have one. Councillor Garcia.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I sent the wording in. I don't see it on the screen, but.
See if it's coming up. There it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so basically, very quickly, a report on 5 Michigan. This is a residence that is being built, has been built for a long time. And Councillor Williamson and I get dozens, if not many more, complaints and concerns about this, not just from the immediate neighbors, but from other people passing by and throughout the city. So we're asking for a report from staff that identifies and addresses some of the issues that the residents are really concerned about and what it seemed to be apparent violations of bylaws and others. So.
Okay, so before we have to vote on this, before we vote, I'll just ask Councillor Garcia, have you met with the CAO yet about these issues?
No, Mr. Mayor, but the CAO and yourself and the director have been copied on many of the concerns from the residents, and they have addressed some of the comments, and they know that what the issues are.
No, I guess before we vote on this, would it be council's will to have yourself meet with the CAO, go through the issues and see if we can maybe distill down a report that'll be a little bit more focused than looks like just everything. Maybe there are some areas that have been approved that may appear to be outside of but they're not. Like I guess I don't want to, it's up to the will of council, but it does seem you should meet with the CAO first. And I would say this to all of council, before coming with a report, we should be meeting with the senior team to figure out if this is exactly what you need, or if there's something that's a little more focused or targeted. Can I ask you to do that and then bring this back to the next meeting, and maybe this report will be a little bit more targeted?
Well, I try to make it as targeted as possible, Mr. Mayor, by listing only the issues that have been identified. There
But
probably
you haven't talked to the CAO, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm just trying to see if there's a resolution on some of these before we ask staff to write a large report. That's all. I'm not trying to interfere. It's just if you haven't talked to the CAO, I'd rather have you sit down with her first, go through these issues with the planner and CAO, and then see if there's something very specific that you need to report on.
Well, let's ask the CAO, since she's here, whether she thinks that's worthwhile. I just want to, we're here, as we always say, for the residents, and we are getting a lot of complaints about this.
Yep, and our only employee is the CAO. So Shelley?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly, as I recognize council's here for residents and staff are here for that as well. And I'm someone who always thinks some discussion to narrow something down to what our objective is and to what the most important thing is for our residents could be fruitful. So I'm happy to sit down and we can walk through it and bring it at a future meeting, whether it's the same or it's targeted a little more to issues that we can have some action on.
Okay.
So what do you want to do, Councilor Garcia? You want to meet that and then bring this back maybe at the next meeting?
Sure, that would be fine. I want to make sure that I bring it back at the next meeting, though.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. That's good, and I appreciate that. We're looking at reading of bylaws. We have a motion that the bylaws listed on council. Oh, did I do it again? Jesus Christ. I'm back. Damn. I'm hitting a button down here and it makes me disappear. I apologize for that. Reading of bylaws. We have a motion that the bylaws listed on council agenda A through F be read a first time, considered, and passed. I apologize for using the word DAM. It's frustrating. It's a long evening and I'm just trying to get through this. That they be signed and executed by the mayor and city clerk. And you notice I spelt it DAM, which I was referring to like a beaver's dam or something. Anyway, so can I have a Councilor Townsend? You want to move that? Councilor Phillips, thank you very much. All in favor of the reading of the bylaws? Okay, and then adjournment. We have a motion 1 minute before adjournment. Councilor Porter, Councilor Townsend, thank you very much, folks. All in favor? That's carried. It was a great meeting. It was a long meeting. Thank you to staff. Thank you to council for all your questions. Greatly appreciate it. We'll talk to you as we go tomorrow. General Committee and Budget. Cisco, you're in the hot seat. Take care.